And we are live. We are live. Time is 6:37. We are team on 23 minutes away, therefore, from the final day, 3 days worth of testing. And I'm here for it, the morning session. Turtle Dove, Outlaw, Arav, Emily, Joe. I'm going to need your help. It's Techie. I apologise again for being profusely tardy, but I digress. It's going to get techie. You know that it's going to be Max and Lando first, front and centre, right? Oh my gosh, I cannot wait. Let's go. Let us go. Good afternoon, Turtle Dove. 27 of you watching concurrently, and I'm grateful ad infinitum to each and every single one of you. It's going to get techie this morning, I'm telling you. I just want to see Max and Lando on track for their glory runs. Although Lando's in the it's a shame that Lando wasn't in the afternoon. Everybody thinks that McLaren are the ones, right? I think there's a lot of movement to go between now and the start of the season. I want to see what McLaren have up their sleeve. There is something that we haven't seen. Zach Brown has told us as much. So too, there's a growing sentiment amongst the aficionados that we haven't seen all of Red Bull's hand as well. The car looks the same, ostensibly. Yeah, of course, Pierre Vacher and Christian, I want to say all the changes are underneath the car, but that feels like typical Red Bull fare. Lest we forget that there were a gazillion things that they had to change for, right? Understeer, instability, drivability, and all lack thereof. Like it was techie than techie things for Red Bull last year, and I'm not so sure they haven't got more changes to be made on the outside of the car. Oh, the humanity. I cannot wait. Plus, then you get Max Verstappen. Listen, we need to talk about the Max. I should have talked about it more in yesterday's video. Max versus Lando. It started already. Yeah, we're friends. Yeah, tongue in cheek. We had a fight. You should see the other guy, said Max Verstappen. Pull the other one. You cannot be friends if you want the same thing. I think that's 1-0 Max Verstappen. Oh, stop glazing Max Verstappen, Cameron. You always get. I think that's 1-0 Max Verstappen. If I'm Lando Norris, I'm taking a leaf out of George Russell's book. You are the champion, Max Verstappen. I want what you have. That's how Lando needs to behave. Right? How can you be friends? If you were a pugilist, can you imagine Mike Tyson being friends with Evander Holyfield before they had a scrap in 1990, having an absolute giraffe? No chance. I missed the second session as it was bedtime. Oh, Turtle, it wasn't bad. There's a couple bits. I think the second session, it's always the PM session. And listen, preface everything I'm about to say with the fact that this is testing. It is ultimately testing. And you've got to normalize. If you're comparing, really, I got told off by Sebastian Shez yesterday. If you're normalizing proper with a view to ascertain which one of these drivers and teams is quickest going into 2025 proper, I mean, you have to normalize for weight. You've got to understand the programs that they're on. Were they doing glory runs? Were they doing race simulations? You've got to normalize for all these different things. The weight of the car, how much fuel is in there, therefore. But you guys know me, I'm a moth to a flame. I want to know who's going to win. I've been reviewing all last season now, and I see the ills of but Max and Lando, Max, of course, to a lesser extent. But Lando was... He's got the pace, chat. He's got the bloody pace. Yeah, irrefutable. He's every bit quick enough to challenge for the championship, but where he lacks is in execution, defensive posture. Like I think the most important, the inception point of the season where we can start having a chat will be when you see Lando Norris drop it on pole. And then Max Verstappen's in second place. How does Lando handle that? What does he do? Do we see defensive posture? Or does Lando Norris do as he's been doing all season long last year and leave the door wide open? Anderson, Pack, Bruno Mars settings. Gaping gap up the inside. Leaving a gap up the inside with Max Verstappen behind you is like having a cut in shark-infested waters. After you, Claude, You think Max is going to turn down that invitation? T minus 18 minutes until we get ourselves some testing. The third and final day, Miss RS. 15 more days. Oh my gosh, 15 more sleeps there for Miss RS. I cannot wait. I'm here for it. You'll excuse me talking a little bit low because I don't want the missus to just, you know what I mean? What's going on, Vincent? Geo22, Umanched it. No, I absolutely, let's not even talk about sleep. I am short fueled, Umanch. Let's put it that way. It's I don't know what's wrong with me at the moment. The sleep is just like it's techie, but whatever. We're still here. I contemplated for a brief second just logging in for the afternoon session. But I have got to see whatever session there will be. If there was a session I was going to miss, it was the session where there's no Max and no Lando. Max will be doing all day today. Lando apparently is scheduled to be just doing the mornings. I need to see the session when both of these boys are on track so I can try and get closer to the truth, the objective truth, nothing but the truth. You cannot handle the truth. I want to know who's going to win. And they've still got Lando Norris' favourite. I tell you what, when I was watching the review of the season, yeah, smash the light, Stephen. You're a legend, a proper legend. No one is ready for 8 hours of Max Verstappen. Oh. Go on then, March. Let's talk to that. In fact, let me tell you about the season review. This season review keeps popping up on Sky Sports F1, and I keep watching it. You know when your memory tells you something different as versus the reality. Almost like a correlation diff. Mention no names Mercedes between what I saw in the CFD and the wind tunnel and reality. Yeah, it's gonna get techie. It's gonna get techie. What's going on, Neil? You're a legend. No slacking today. Well, I know, Neil. You warned me. You did warn me. To be fair, I'll be honest. I might have skipped. I might have flaked. If Lando and Max Verstappen were on track in the afternoon, I was like, all right, okay, I could afford. But no, Lando and Max are on track this morning. And I think on the about 16th of March, season starts. Oh my gosh. 30 days has September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31. So we've got 17 days, 17 sleeps. No glasses. I will put the glasses on at some point. When we get into fatigue territory, I'll don the glasses, which are over here at some point. I apologize. Sometimes I gotta do it. Nobody wants to see any cross-eyed settings when we get tired. Just happens. I apologize. I go away, Karan Chanduk. There's a weird. You know what I wanted to watch as well in research for this. There's a Cambridge Union. So you guys will be aware that the go-toest of universities over here in the UK, twofold. There is Oxford and there is Cambridge. Christian Horner's camera been out of cheeky, sexy specs. Miss RS, you're a legend. In stark contrast to Shez, who panders to my insecurity. Oh, Cameron, you look very weird in those glasses. Like, cheers, Shez. I'm not wearing them for fashion. Although I'm a massive swing and a miss from Cameron. The old Idris Elba stringer bell from The Wire. I will never. I mean, you can try. You can try. Just like Lando Norris can try and defend. I was just looking at this. Look at this start. Lando. Somebody said on Reddit, and they summarise it infinitely better and more succinct than I ever could. Lando, one thing you needed to do in the off season: practice starts. That's it. Nothing more complicated or simple than that. Practice starts. So hang on, I'm just seeing Karan Chanduk talk about this. So you've got. So there is a FIA team member who presses the start button at every race, but they can't get a full-time steward. Did you hear, by the way? Go on then, let's go Scorcher. I guess Cameron Jr., no sleep to my fair. I'd love to blame him, Moomanch, but it's me being thinking. You know, when you overthink and you get deep in your thoughts and you start. I just want to know I'm consumed by probability. Go on, let's get this out. Let's get this out now. I want you guys to tell me, since you guys are infinitely more educated in all things F1 than me. First poll of the day. Who have you got? this is the question, right? The exam one. I don't know if I'm going to put Max first. Let's do that. A lot of people are saying George. Look out for George, eh? I've had more than one person say to me that Georgia's got a good shout here of Alan Prosting the WDC. Right, whatever. I'll get destroyed if I don't put loose. You guys tell me. Most likely to win the World Drivers' Championship on the basis of the evidence of the past 48 hours. I just don't know. 2 weeks to FP1. My God. Oh, the humanity. Oh, it's going to be so close. I apologise for talking quite low at the moment, but I don't want to be the one to wake up a family. Honestly, I put Max Geo. Why Geo? Here's where I am. I spent a lot of time watching the review. I'm going to go back and, as soon as we finish this, I'm going to go back and watch the review of last season again, just to refresh my memory. Here was my take. Here was the upshot of what I've watched thus far. McLaren and Orlando Norris mistakes at Hungary, Austria, Silverstone. Do you remember at Silverstone where they said to Lando, you're coming in, you want a pit to cover, we've got tyres to cover off Lewis or to cover off Max. What, McLaren, has that got to do with the price of bed? You've got all the information at your fingertips. And more to the point, infinitely more information than Lando Norris has in the cockpit. You understand that the oldest truism in F1 history is that currency for the drivers in the cockpit is bandwidth. Max Verstappen has leveraged no weaponized CPU, having extra bandwidth spare, which gives him the ability to do different things in the car. And yet Lando Norris out there competing for a victory at his home Grand Prix, I'll have you know, you're burdening him with tyre choices. What? And he has like 15, if not 10% of the information that you have. Hungary, what are we doing? Oscar Piastri up the inside. Surely off the line. Again, if I were back in the day, 1988, what caused the beef between Alain Prost and Ayrton Senna is the fact that they said, listen, whoever gets into the first corner first, hold station. That's it. Whoever gets into the first corner first, call the race off. We don't want to take the mechanical tax on the cars. This is a marathon, not a sprint. This is common sense. But yet, Zach Brown and Andrea Stella, on 2 occasions, most notably last year, at Hungary and at Monza, allowed Oscar Jack Piastri to attack Lando Norris. He's got to be... listen, I tell you what, there's context around Hungary, is that right? There's no way that you're going to have me do the switcheroo after Oscar attacks me up the inside. I would have been... Can you imagine if that were Max? Max would have told them where to go and do one. You're talking about Mercedes not looking bad. Umach, oh my God, I just woke up and you... Yeah, Umach, it's got to be done. Straight in there. Do you think the Red Bull's upgrades be as visually different as Mercedes with the zero pod? No, not that extreme, Ian. Listen, everything that I read though, I keep seeing more and more people allude to the fact that there could be something else coming. That Christian Horner could be spinning us a yarn. Right, here we go. T-minus 9 minutes away from a cheeky. Look at that, new weather. Sun is shining, but it is still relatively cool. The cooler climb speaks to... It betrays greater performance from Mercedes, right? Lest we forget that these cars will still... brand new cars, yeah. But I think that these cars will still... I mean, they're younger brothers of the iteration last year, right? So there will be common denominators. As an example, Mercedes... Oh gosh, Laura Winter, behave yourself with this. Williams were fastest. Williams went for a glory run. No one's going to tell me that Williams have the quickest machine. No. Nah. That's a myth. That is a lie. We shan't have that. We shall not have that. 133 of you watching could currently do me a favour and smash a like. You guys are legends. We got Mike. Yeah, no, I'm Umarch. It won't happen for so long. Later on in the stream, all enunciation. I apologise in advance. It's gonna get techie. This. It's gonna get techie. Get Max out on track now. And get Lando out on track now. Trial by combat. Por favor. That's all that anybody wants to see, eh? That's all that anybody wants to see. Let's go. Go on then. Coyote in the house. Let's go, Sea Glazer. Is Aston Martin good? No. So, all right. So the people are trying to talk of Aston Martin, but I think they're one of those ones like with Williams. You would expect them to improve because their benchmark from last year is so low. Like greater or equal to 0 now. Here we go. Brundles say, look, Alex looks knackered as well, doesn't he? Bless him. Son of Martin. I mean, it's testing is tough. Oh yeah, Carlos Sainz on deck on comms. Do not hate that. I do not hate that. I will never forgive Lando for his Randall verbal assault on Sir Lewis. I know, Kim Jong. Oh gosh. You remember when what did he say to him? Oh, you've had the quickest car. I mean, it's easy to win with the quickest car. Is it, Lando? Is it? Well, you had the quickest car. If I recall correctly, for the entirety of the second half of the season, what did you do with that? Absolutely nothing. That's what you did with that, Lando. Take 2 seats, therefore, sir. Absolutely nothing. T minus 5 minutes away from a session. Proper. The penultimate one of testing. Huh. Alright, Ruth Buscombe giving us a cheeky update. Here we go. Oh wow, we've got a proper race trace. I don't hate that. Lando Norris out front. You see that? 20 seconds ahead. The problem was with the race trace for Lando. He used a different tyre, didn't he? As versus Ferrari and Mercedes. 20 seconds is the equivalent of 10 kilogram of fall over race distance. I don't hate this one, Ruth. Some proper analysis. Yeah. Ruth Buscombe dive, yeah. Laura says it looks like Lando has the whip hand. Everybody thinks that Lando has the whip hand. Lando absolutely has the advantage. 171 of you in the chat. Do me a favour and smash the like up front, early doors. Do you think Ferrari's season is cooked already? Right, okay. Do you think we're back to 2023 tyre eating settings? I think Ferrari may be playing with setups. I think Ferrari may be playing with setups nil. However, the consensus is that they're behind. Ted Kravitz seemed to think, was it Ted or was it the boys and girls? I think the boys at the race, Mitchell Marm and Ed Straw and Mark Hughes seem to think that there's 2 tiers. There's McLaren and there's the rest. They grouped up the likes of... I disagree with Red Bull because we saw the Sector 2 from Max, when he or Sector 1 the other day from Max, 29.8 or whatever it was, attempt quicker than Lando Norris on his quickest lap. Brundle, look at this. Brundle saying that everybody thinks that McLaren have the whip hand, but 53% of you think that Max is going to win the champion. I'm so keen. I'm so keen. Teensy of friends. Friends? All right, go on then. So there is suspicion around Ferrari and where they are. I think gone on a couple of fronts. I was talking to Shez and Baxter yesterday, and Shez said to me that Scuderia of that they don't anti-dive and anti-squat isn't a philosophy that they're invested in. What? I was expressing discontent that Ferrari are behind the 8 ball always. What do I mean by that? Well, last year they were supposed to, if indeed you're going to copy the most intelligent kid in the class's homework, you do the old pull rod suspension at the front, push rod at the back. That was Adrian Newey's modus operandi. No Magna Carta in this rule and reg spec of ground effect car. What did Ferrari do? No, we've got our own way about going about our activities here. We're not going to do pull and push. We're going to go and do push and push. What? Now look what they're doing. Now between the end of the season last year and this, the start of, they've adjusted for their bloody suspension. Now 12 months later, or 24 even after the fact, now they're going to do bloody pull rod at the front. I think Ferrari are flattering to deceive, Neil. That's my honest opinion. Maybe more crashes. Yeah, 100% more crashes this year, Michael. I think all of them pictures, record-breaking F1 posts on Instagram, pinstriped for Sir Lewis, acclimatization process, purple laps, Hewlett Packard. I think all of that is flattering to deceive. I will be honest with you. I think it's all for show. I think they've HBO 24/7'd us. A lot of people are saying if F1 aficionados that Ferrari issues, that they definitely don't have the fastest car. 205 of you watching Coca-Cola, do me a favour, smash a like. The Vix Fave Pro Up is on tap. Umanch, I'm just gonna have to. I've got it ready for later on. Where do you know what I mean? When I start struggling, and we will struggle because remember it's going to be 4 hours. Here he is. Now there's a Max Verstappen with a cheeky aero rake. Excuse me. 205 of you watching concurrently. Only 44. Like you see that 44 number though. It keeps popping up. 444 watching concurrently. 44 likes. Max Verstappen, first day of the testing, did a 1 minute 31.444. I'm not superstitious, but holy smoke. Dear God, please make Ferrari become a genuine kid. I don't think they are. I don't know, Sea Glazer. If you cannot keep the perfect gap under the floor, there will not be good. I tell you what they've done. It's Sea Glazer. Me and Shez both agreed yesterday when we chatted offline that if you brake as aggressively as Lewis and your performance is by dint of your internal gyroscope, the feel of the car, the way in which it breaks traction, then it makes sense that the anti-dive might take away from your toolbox. If you're talking about Lewis. Like I don't think Lewis. I think half of Lewis's problem last year was that Mercedes were desperate to leverage anti-dive and anti-squat. No, Merc rolled out backup generator, and it had. I saw Max. I did see that some of the equipment still had the number 44 on. I have you guys on my phone, and Fox, that you're a legend, Turtle Dove. I was listening to the commentary actually yesterday, not mine. Sky's. I was like, what are they? Oh, it's so infuriating. For so much money. It's just it's a joke, isn't it? Can please show your graphics? Okay, no eyes or ears here. You're a legend, Vincent. Thank you for reminding me. I will get that sorted out now. Ted, there we go. Teddy K, T minus 3 hours and 57 minutes, 46 seconds on the docket. Ted Kravitz said that Red Bull will be really interesting to watch. I haven't heard anybody speak to the fact that of the purple runs, if indeed you can compare purple runs on the first day, very first session or afternoon session even, that Max Verstappen, when he was ready, he came out and did a blistering first sector, just like Lando did yesterday. The thing that got everybody super impressed about Lando's middle sector 38 something yesterday, the reason why it was so impressive is because it was on tap. It was like their performance. The tyres didn't even need what, you know what I mean? It was one out lap and then bang, Lando Norris was right on the pace, quicker in that sector than Carlos Sainz, who was the pace of the field. Let's get some metrics up. Let's go. Here he is. Right, let me get settled. Ooh. There's a Batman. Let's go. Let us go. One must get comfortable. You know what I mean? I need a desk where I can put my feet up underneath it. that would be bad. Go on, then we have ourselves a gazillion people on track. Sam Collins makes a salient point there. What's going on, Outlaw, the legend that is? I hope you're good. Jomo, moderator extraordinaire. Can Ted Kravitz go and stand in the middle of the road? Oh, RLJ. Cease with the Ted Kravitz hate. People really do dislike him, though, which I find quite interesting. Because he's probably, I mean, if you're going to take or leave F1 broadcasters, I think Ted Kravitz is the first one that I would save, chat, to be honest. I think he is. I think I'm saving Teddy K. I think if knowledge, like if your critical success factor is differentiation by knowledge base, then Teddy K is always going to give you something, isn't he? He's always going to, I don't know. Why do his mate Teddy K wear schoolboy pants? It's part of his shtick, isn't it? A differentiator, a unique selling point per se. Look, let me give some Ferrari copium out for free. Let's go. All the top teams will probably have another 0.75 in them at least. And they will have to find setup compromise. I think that will close them up. I do not disagree. Well said, Neil. But I mean, 0.75 from what benchmark again, right? What benchmark? What temporal timing benchmark are we operating for? That's going to be interesting. I love Ted's notebook. Yeah, no, I'd like it as well. Kimmy, Ted's a legend. We sing from the same hymn. Coyote, nice to see you. Morning, Coyote. Look at Coyote getting the love. Let's go, Coyote. Got me old ginger tea, Coyote. Per Mama Cameron. 162 of you watching concurrently. Do me a favour and smash a like. T minus 3 hours and 53 minutes. Oh, the humanity. Oh, the humanity. You're just missing a word. Yeah. Crafting 2 hours. Oh, gosh. Yeah, they split, don't they? It's such a shame that I would much prefer Jolien and Alex Brundle and Alex Jakes to continue to crack on. It would be nicer. Alex Brundle remarking on Aston Martin, not a huge amount of laps. Oh wow, good shout, Alex. This does not look routine. What of I want to know what McLaren have underneath their sleeve. Just want to know. Sandbagging's real. I'm not a crafty fan though. I used to be, Kimmy. Ironically, what time is it there, Kimmy? Let me try and work it out for myself. So I used to work with a chap who was based in Melbourne, I want to say, and I used to add 12 hours and then -2. 5 p.m. Kimmy, if you're in Melbourne potentially, or add 12 hours plus 2, set 5 or 7 p.m. No, that's a lie. 5 or 9 p.m. It's a big difference that. Oh no, Fernando Plan Alonso, man from a weirdo storia, inventando, yeah. Oof, Sharktopus. I only watch F1 TV and I don't hate that. I think if I had access to F1 TV Pro, the joke is in the last 24 hours, I have tried to get F1 TV Pro, but I need to redo the VPN. The joke is when you're running so much multi-view, and again, look, all these bloody metrics on the right of your screen and the lap and whatever. If you want that, download yourself a cheeky app called Multiview and get yourself some F1 TV access, and you are good to go. There are lots more metrics available in Multiviewer than what I'm showing you here. I've just got to tread carefully because we know how precious F1 is around its intellectual property, as they should be. 6 p.m. daylight savings makes a difference. There you go, Kimmy. I'm not a million miles away, right? Much since yesterday. I really like the gambling app Salisbury sandbagging. Everyone's sandbagging, says Joe. I don't know if sandbagging. Not on the whole. Here's where there won't be sandbagging. If you see him do glory, you'll get like sprinkles. So that Max Verstappen sector when he went hard. Trust that. I trust that. It just all depends on what Lando was dealing with. How much fuel did Lando have in his car? It's all techie, isn't it? It's all very techie. As Ted Kravitz gets into his technical bag, talking about Aston Martin and what they're doing on the aero rack. Those things on the front tyres of Fernando Alonso's Aston Martin are, of course, put there with a view to understand what the airflow is doing over the front tyres into the side pods. Again, sans barge board, the principal point of contention, the principal aerodynamic Rubik's Cube problem for which these teams will need to solve is how to make sure how to shift and differentiate for the dirty air over the front tyres, how to distribute that outboard to ensure that the flow that goes underneath the car side pods undercut through to the Venturi tunnels is pure and clean. That's how you optimize for your downforce in your Venturi tunnels. Charlie Leclerc, aka Modern Day Journalist, on a scale of 1 to 10, chat, you guys be my guiding aesthetic light. How ugly is that Scuderia Ferrari with that HP logo? HP, I think HP might get a hit. You know, for F1 fans, I think the HP logo will taint their vista of the HP brand. I'm not gonna lie. Aussie, let's go. Jesus 007, where are you and good night? Oof. Getting late on my side of the world. Blimey. So let me see where you are. You Jesus in whereabouts in the world is that? So you on the? I don't even know. I don't know. Engine mods are set to low. If you need a VPN that provides countries with F1 TV, don't use New Zealand. Netherlands, Max. I've been told is the best one. It's the closest to me, and it's the best one. So I've been told. Go on then. So we already have ourselves a lap time or a timesheet top in Charles Leclerc 131.314. Copy. Kimi Antonelli 4/10 of drift doing. But I mean, it's too early, isn't it? If you're ever going to read into lap times, it's far too early to do that, especially on day 3. It's going to get techie in like the last hour. It's going to be like witching hour, and you see Max. Max. You know what I've learned about Max? He says all this stuff about he doesn't care. I think he doesn't care to the extent that he won't let anybody's opinion affect his driving style. That's the extent to which Max Verstappen cares, all the way he behaves or to whom he panders. But I think Max, he does care about what people think. You can see it in his face. Every time somebody like praises him, you can see he wants to like break out. He reminds me of my little man. He wants to break out into the old credit smile, but he can't. He's got to hold it down. Stephen, I thought brown was the colour of HP's sauce. Oh no, Eddie. I've got Max. I feel his race pace is 0.2 faster than the next best. You're not the first person who said that, Eddie. I feel he's in the grid's head. I think RB will give him enough. RBR, I think, will give him enough car to get the job done. He doesn't have a point stealing team, Eddie. That's true. Also, you make the case for Max Verstappen. Allow me to make the case against, therefore, at the altar of balance. You've got to expect Lando and McLaren together won't make as many mistakes as they did last season. I say again, for the avoidance of doubt, Hungary was chaos. Oscar, chaos. Why would you not institute, not papaya rules, peloton rules? Stay as you are. Or it's nonsense. They just they dined at the restaurant of indecision, and therein lies how they sacrificed the drivers' championship at the altar of Max Verstappen's Red Bull. It makes no sense. They've got to be smarter this year. They have to be. They simply must. I think. When I say must, that's a MUST, not an MUSK. 3 live streams that I know, Belgium TV in French. I don't hate that service TV. Wow, Kimi, I'd be all over that. Don't hate that. I don't know of any in English, but with the vision on, you can listen to. You're a legend, Kimi. Proper. Max didn't have a point stealing team. No, agreed. And I don't think he has a point stealing teammate this year, but I could be wrong. But allow me to continue making this case for Lando. Some say that if he doesn't have the quickest car even, that what he will have is the most stable platform of a car. That he won't have to drive that car. Although saying that, Flutty Dora, instant contradiction. Saying that about McLaren and how stable their platform is, apparently. Even Lando yesterday was talking about... He was talking about instability at the rear. I mean, they've all got stuff that they're working on in real time. Coyote, nearly, it's not cohesive. And it has a black rendition for marketing, which makes it even more infuriating. We'll all get used to it. I think we're talking about the HP logo, are we? Oh, the HP. Oh, gosh, what are they doing? What are they? It's nonsense. That HP logo makes me angry. Urgh. Oopsie made a whoopsie. $100,000 issue made me oopsie. I ain't a killer, but don't push me. They want to have to turn a ninja's guts into soup beans. Trust me, bro, Max doesn't care when the booing comes from the Brits. He wipes the floor with their top feed dry. I think he care. I think he doesn't care insofar as he's going to let anybody else's opinion affect the way he drives. No, he's not going to pander to the public with a view to get cheers. But he does care. Like, you'll see it. I promise you'll see it at some point too much. Somebody will give him a compliment and you'll see his face light up. Hungary was an SH1T show, but if Zach would have noticed, would have enforced, team orders all year, that wouldn't have cut the cap down enough. I suppose the difference is this, Eddie, and again, this is Peter Winder. Peter, what's wrong with me? Early morning, Cameron, enunciation problems. This is Peter Windsor's school of thinking. He argues that if you don't make those mistakes, then you have a completely different circumstance of a title fight now, that there is more pressure. I mean, look, if the pit stop that McLaren had to pull off at Abu Dhabi, if Carlos Sainz wasn't breathing down their neck, okay, so they pulled it off irrespective, but it's an infinitely more difficult pit stop, right? Pressure, stakes, etc. It's chaos. And the same for the Drivers' Championship, right? If Lando isn't 60 points adrift of Max Verstappen, it's a completely different. The championship even takes on a completely different complexion. And you tell that I'm tired. 0 hours sleep. Poor, speech fallacy. Oh, come on, Cameron. We'll get it together. I just need to warm up. Get me ginger tea underneath me. Do you know what I mean? That will help. $8 p.m. in New Zealand, Malcolm. Absolutely, they wanted it to stand out. I don't think they necessarily made it to be case. No, you guys talking about the HP. Oh, I can't even say HP. That thing makes me sick. You guys have seen Tomo's redesign, right? This looks better. Just looks better. I wonder how much they're paying. God, it's got to be some. It's got to be well into 100. No, not 100 million. It'd be close. Maybe 100 million over a couple of years, 2-3 years. They'll be paying a lot of money for that, though, and quite rightly so. 172 of you in the chat. Do me a favour and smash a like, please. Sam Collins getting held to account on his prediction that Sir Lewis Hamilton that he made yesterday is going to win the championship. He said that Ferrari are going to win the Driver Championship. Based upon what? Sam Collins is a numpty, isn't it? No, he's a very bright dude, but he's also very daft. You can be intelligent. They're paying 100 mil a year. I read 100 mil, Scroofy. You heard me fumbling around with 100 mil. Just thought that might be a bit high. It's weird. It is weird the way that your brain ingests information. I spend so much time around F1 knowledge and bars. Hush cam. HB guys, they aren't spending 100 million quid a year. This is true. I mean, it's worth it if it's 100 million, if it's that much. That's your entire budget for the year, as near as makes a difference. I'm sure the cost cap is 135. HB are funding Scuderia Ferrari's championship campaign, therefore. Oh, the humanity. Ginger tea. Don't hate a bit of ginger tea. Go on. What are you guys drinking? Let me know. 50% if you think Max Verstappen has the whip hand. Shouldn't back against Max ever. 24% if you think Lewis. Fair play. Get decent odds on Lewis. This isn't financial advice, but you can get Lando Norris. Go on then. One of these dudes in a minute is just going to pop themselves to the top of the timing charts on. What did you guys make? I noticed that you were posting only a few hours after saying goodbye from the live stream. Did you take the day off work? Kimmy, I mean, I couldn't. Can you imagine my job if I could do this? No. Yeah, yeah, annual leave settings. It's got to be done. just for testing. Gonna have to sprinkle them throughout the season, to be fair. 202 of you watching could only do me a favour and smash the like. You also say daft things too sometimes, comparing Charles' second session times to lose his first session times, for example. Are we beefing in the chat already? I mean, come on. There will be peace in the Middle East. Getting political already, Cameron. I say that euphemistically speaking, you know. HP alone is probably saying paying everybody their salaries at a Ferrari HQ. 185 watching, says Turtle. Please do us a favour and smash the like. Blimey, the font of that Red Bull on that front wing. By the way, have you guys seen the F1 official video with Sam Collins showing the old Mohawk flexi wing? I think people need to put some respect on Red Bull's name, you know. There we go. Ted Kravitz is telling the truth there, chat. Red Bull do not have the problem of... Here we go. Ted Kravitz is saying the truth. I think that might be the principal thesis of Max Verstappen, you know. If we're arguing the case for Max Verstappen, driver hierarchy, Liam Lawson will not take any points all season off of Max. Lewis Hamilton will take points off of Charles if Charles is going to be the apex predator at Ferrari. So too will Oscar Jack take points out of Lando Norris. It's going to get techie. It is going to get very techie. Right. I ain't a killer, but don't push me. The one I have to... Get some cute Coyote. That ain't you a legend, Coyote. We'll catch up. We will catch up. Soon forward. Coyote. Soon forward. Can bring out the Vix. It's about to get techie. Oh, this RS already. No, you gotta I'm pacing myself today. In the early hours of the previous iterations, I've gone hard like Usain. Too hard, too soon. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Got my ginger tea to give me a bit of energy. Gio is dropping truth, isn't he? Drink check. Making myself some ginger chai tea. Let's go, Umaj. Let's go. How about Indian tea, Umaj? I had a friend that used to, when I used to go and stay at his house, his mum used to make me some. It was, I grew to, I was almost addicted to it at one stage. Levels. Dochi cat off. Off. Leash. Oh. I'm addicted. My little man is out here saying, whoopsie, maybe. I was like, what? How catchy can one person be? It just doesn't even make sense. Dochi over Tyler now. Grown to really detest is too strong a word. But I used to have a penchant for Tyler. As good a dancer as she was, or is. Don't even like her anymore. I feel like Dochi's stolen her lunch money. 188 if you're watching Kokoni. Do me a favour and smash the like. Currently atop of your timing charts. Is that Kimi Antonelli again? Of course. What else do you expect? And a killer, but don't push me. The one I had to do. Sorry. If you guys are rap fans, then you'll like yourself a bit of Dochi's change again. I feel like Dochi's Lauren Hill and a notorious B.I.G. aka Biggie incarnate. Jomo, breakfast time. Peppermint tea. Let's go, Jomo. Let's go. Lime floats. Like whatever is that? Sounds nice, Brett. I don't hate it. I do not hate it at all. Let's get the tablet out. When are you guys going to start singing the Max song? As soon as I get the Max merch out. Do. It has to happen at some point. The Max merch is going to be really good. It's going to be really good. I should share it with you guys, but I don't have it on my files all over the shop at the moment. But did you hear that Oscar Jack Piastri crashed into Hulkenberg yesterday, that they didn't see each other? What? This is incredible. Absolutely incredible scenes. Oh, this is quite good now. Now I don't have to look to the side. I've got, oh, Cameron's just upgraded his setup massively. Now I can see you guys over here. Bearman has an issue. Indian tea is chai. Basically tea boiled alongside milk. I don't think my mate's mum, shout out to Mandeep, I don't think Mandeep's mum used to put any milk in. It was a crazy concoction that she used to boil though. 2 AM for me. There's motors. I don't sweat the day that my mum was late, had to maid. We don't, Sheen. So good. Are we officially old enough that Miss Yellick comparison will go? Motus. It's a very good comparison between. It's Missy. It's Notorious B.I.G. / Nas Flow. And it's Lauren Hill reincarnate. I keep saying reincarnate like Lauren Hill is dead. But the truth is, oh my gosh, what's that doing? Oh no, bear with me. What's going on here? Why can you guys see that bloody light coming through? Let me do something. That's very unprofessional. But we have light. Right, bear with. That's going to annoy me. Back up. We're going to have to deal with that thing. There's absolutely nothing I can do, sadly, about that thing above my head. Cheers, sun, for rising and being so bright. How very dare it. Apologies, but we manage. Do you know what I mean? We'll live. Oh, this is good. Now that I've got the bloody tablet on the go, I can see everything. Power cut was super bad yesterday, and was it yesterday? I thought it was the day before yesterday. Please explain the Haas cover issue. That is my real home, Arav. It is. Don't believe the hype. Gunther loving it over the humanity. You know what I can do? Go on then. I'm gonna do something here. I am gonna do something because that's annoying me. 187. Well done, Cameron, for putting some serious hours, keeping us up to date. You're a legend, Marie. Thank you so much. Don't have access to it. Little old New Zealand. You guys in Oceania. What's going on, Arav, is that instability at the rear. Godfrey's cracking me up. What do you do for a job, says Malcolm? I'm an accountant of the management variety, whatever that means. A bean counter. Did you see the I can't see that. But I really now hate steak. I also don't like steak. Oh, the sun really is distorting me. 214 if you're watching Kakoni. Do me a favour and smash a like. 3 hours and 25 minutes left on the docket. Let us go. Currently, top of your time sheets is one Charles Leclerc, aka modern day Jordan Lazy. God hates him. Yeah, I did see the new front wing. Caliso, good name as well. Bartoletto looking competent as an F1 driver. I mean, the issue with Bartoletto is that he might lack a bit in speed in absolute terms. They said already that Isaac Hajar, you know, I can sort this out. I know how to do this. I know how to do this. Your boy Cameron sorted something out here. Come on then. Come on then. Let's be having ya. Let's be having ya. 190 if you're watching Kakota, do me a favour, smash the like. I wonder if Cameron has instability. That is a very good comment. Why is State Green so matte? All right, let's do one of these. I'm going to sort this out, even though the sun will pass. They even look that tired. I'm quite well. I do now that I've bloody. What an absolute fool you are, Cameron. 206 of you watching Kakori. Do me a favour, smash like. MBS needs a proper accountant. I don't know about proper. Use the word proper loosely, eh? You do use the word loosely. Very. What is wrong with me today? No sleep. You're so right, Max. It doesn't pop, Matt. Satin would have been better. Tell you what, though, everybody's been rallying against the Satin machine, right? What is that annoying reflection? I know. I there's nothing. Let me sort it out. Actually, I can sort it. Right. Let's do one of these. Huh. It's amazing. I didn't realize it would be the sun. Completely. People really don't like change, do they? Change of the variable variety. Right. I've got something for you. 184 if you're watching concurrently. I'm not talking about anything F1 and I need to be, I'm aware, but I'm trying to sort out a problem because the sun's up and everything's chaos. It's my production setup is falling around me. 184 if you're watching concurrently. Cameron's made the official predictions yet or after today? I did a prediction. I did do a cheeky prediction video. I think I may have to do another one. Talk amongst yourselves. I promise I'm coming back. Oh, piss off. Ruth Biscombe talking about the glory runs and the need to do those. $178 if you're watching concurrently. I'm trying to sort something out in the background here so that people don't start moaning. Oh, Cameron, your background, something's going on in your background. It's so annoying. Right, let me do one of these. Just a bit of sunlight, do you know what I mean? And I shouldn't really care, but you guys have made me conscious and paranoid about it. So it's all right. I'll fix it. Cameron will fix it. $209 of you in the chat. You're a legend. Wheelie bin green. I don't want to be reminded of the cows when I think of an engineering masterpiece F1 car. Me neither. Problem is this thing's going to keep bloody moving in it. That's the issue. Because it's the sun. Whatever. We move. I'm not precious. 209 of you watching can currently do me a favour and smash the like. Because it all matters and helps. Right, let's go. Right, let's have a go. Currently top of your timing sheets with T minus 3 hours and 18 minutes remaining. You have yourself one modern day journal laser. That car's quick. It is quick. Scoopy says, I'd like that British Racing Green. I've missed it. That British Racing Green is great, but the Sauber looks absolutely horrible. You guys are going in on Sauber, right? Oh, the humanity. Modern day journal laser is cooking. Go on, say to you, Max Verstappen, although it looks like he's doing more of a simulation run. Oh, green set to Max Verstappen. 3/10 adrift of modern day journal lazy. Just put on a background effect if it's not bothering me, Kimmy. I'm all right with it, you know. I'll just I would leave it, but everybody's as the sun goes round, it'll go away. I've done something, but it's not going to work, so I'm going to have to keep moving it. Let me do one of these. The gift of being a one-man production team, Kimmy. What I need is something that goes in front of here, but whatever. Didn't think it through. I didn't think I'd be on here streaming at 6 o'clock in the morning. Do you know what I mean? I didn't foresee that. But I digress. 50% for Max. Looks like 50% have lost them. Oh, no. Andrew, it's chaos. State will not be allowed to advertise in India. Good shout. Good shout, because the rules around betting. What's a maker? Cam has like issue. Let's go, Max. You're a legend. A legend. A proper legend. That is annoying me. Go on, whatever. We move. That's really getting on my TITS. Don't take your after prize, Cameron. 6:45 p.m. in Melbourne. See, I said Melbourne, Pete, because I've got a mate that lives over there, and he says, Cameron, stop saying Melbourne. It's not the way to pronounce it. He'd say. F1 commentators talk about F1 Sky commentators talk about their favourite curry for Twitter. No, it's chaos, RLJ. It's chaos. Don't add them. That's why you need to get bloody Ted in the box. Do you know what I mean? Get him in the box. Color commentator. Especially, you know, this is why Ted would be brilliant, especially a time like this when you need to riff a lot. Like, it just makes perfect sense. It's really annoying. 201. Do me a favour. You know what to do already. Even the flavours on the Racing Bulls look better. But the Racing Bulls is a god tier whip, eh? There we go. One's gone. I don't understand why teams are sandbagging pre-season. What's the purpose of this? Good curry's heavenly. I don't hate it. You guys are right. Stephen, at least getting to adjust the lights will get you out of the chair for a stretch. It's annoying. There's a bleed. Go on, I can do something. Very annoying. Oh no, that doesn't look very good. Don't do that, Cameron. No, everything is being Whatever, we move. 241 of you. You guys are legends. You guys are talking about the curry. Oh my gosh, 2 a.m. Oh my gosh, Andrew. Chaos. Times, it's only testing, and Max is right. It is only testing. There's not too much to be read into like Carlos Sainz yesterday. Yeah, it's a bit of a chaos. It is a bit of a chaos. Right, we have ourselves T minus 3 hours and 12 minutes. The time is only testing. Ty Green. We perceive slow lap time data as Samba. This true, Umanch, and that's not necessarily right, eh? What will I do in the gap between testing and Australia? Season review of last year. I think that's the play, to be honest. I'm a nasi goreng man. Maybe there's a fuel something or other, says Stephen. Right, this ginger tea is going to kick in a minute. Sam Collins talking engineering speak. What can be inferred? What can be learned? Blah, 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 blah. The issue for me, let me tell you what the issue for me is. The issue for me around all these commentators when they start getting a bit technical, the issue for me is thus. Make it engaging for me. I'm a B-spec F1 mind. I'll never, ever in life be like a gangster engineer. I can barely change a light bulb. I don't understand the difference between a combustion engine and an ECU or whatever. I don't understand it. So make it more palatable for me. Some F1 people like to talk in F1 speak. That therein lies the reason why so many new F1 eyes go and spend their attention dollars elsewhere. Because F1 bots like to go, well, the combustion unit is X, Y, and Z, and the maximal output is this, that, the other. The flex wing has a maximal margin of error of 15 millimeters, and now that will become 30 millimeters on the back of Technical Directive 1.8, but it isn't necessarily a regulation. It's not an article stanza in the Sporting Code of Conduct. However, what we need to consider going for, you get the picture, like, what are we doing here? You're being deliberately, you're overcomplicating everything for no reason. And I'd argue that's why that's the gift of one Mr. Peter D. Windsor. He sets it up and tells it in a way that's easily digestible and palatable for even the newest fans. We're getting a bit techie for our Cameron. I know it's getting very techie out here, Pete. Do you know what I mean? Let's go. S Technique skip. Soon forwards, King. Today, if you're watching, only do me a favour, smash a like. Anyone from India, Umanch is in the chat, I think. Arav. Those McLaren are Umanch. They keep McLaren. Everyone keeps saying that they're McLaren's so easy to drive. It's the most stable platform in the grid, blah, 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 blah. And then bloody Lando Norris comes out and says yesterday, what we need to work on stability at the rear. It's like, what's going on here? Chaos. Absolute chaos. Two, 6 of you in the chat. Let's go. Right. We need SL some fix. I think that's worth getting F1 TV 100%. Commentators and their deficiencies by themselves. The sun will go, I promise. Boom. It's long, isn't it? I should just let the lights bleed, but whatever. Let's go too much. F1 TV Pro is about €17. Where, Gio? €17 a month? Absolutely not. I disagree. That's not the prices that I see over this end. Why so distracted? Vincent, it's this bloody light bleed. I'm going to leave it though. It'll go, the one will go. Once that one goes at the top left of your screen. You can't see it anymore because I've edited for that one. Double diffusers, they're having a word about previous iterations of Technical Genius. So Sam Collins has Flovies, but he loves it, doesn't he, Sam Collins? I think this is the issue. Egg fried. Oh, Uncle Roger. Emotional damage. Uncle Roger's a good one. Other than the fast one, no, come. I literally mean McLaren. Shivering. Tyres are shivering like crazy. That's why you were fixed in the... I need to have a look. Need to start paying attention, chat. T-minus 3 hours and 6 minutes. Charles Leclerc currently has the whip hand over humanity. Alpine or Williams. Uncle Rogers are not bad, is he? Fan code goated, my friend. F1 TV's too expensive. Boom, 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 boom. Biggie, biggie, boom, 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 boom. Go on then, let's get some numbers up. Shall we have a look? Where's my old multiviewer? And again, support multiviewer because they support us. Charles Leclerc on 130.8. The speed demon laps will get set in the afternoon session, lest we forget, when the track is at its speediest. Give me Antonelli on a 130.888. Max Verstappen on a... What is going on with Max? What is going on with these times? Why is there so much force? Max Verstappen on a 131.442. Oh wow. Ruth Biscom saying that Lando's doing a correlation lap. That's really good. Correlate the wind tunnel, do a fixed time, set the ECU to a fixed time. Mate, that sounds proper. Max's gold bagging. They don't want the bookies to make informed decisions, I guess. I'm always irritated at the fact that they share other telemetry but not fuel loads. I think you can adjust for the fuel load, Scooper. You can, if you make certain assumptions around what the fuel weight will do to maximal velocity, you can adjust for it. Brake used to back in the day. Just that I'm not god tiered enough to go into. In fact, it's a very simple calc, isn't it? You can see that on the fastest lap, you can see the maximal velocity that they achieved, and you can make an inference. It's all assumption based, but you can make assumptions. You can. 218. If you're watching, could only do me a favour and smash the like. Por favor. Good day, Emu. €27. L. I don't believe it. I genuinely don't believe it. I'm seeing something different. 3 minutes and 3 seconds. I'm astounded. Listen, I desperately don't want to buy the hype delusion. Delulu for Lulu. I keep seeing all these 4-4 numbers. Look at that. So Max has done a 131.442 on the old mediums. Again, that sounds like race simulation settings. What's going on, King of Nuts? However, On the first day of testing, if I recall correctly, Max Verstappen did a 1:31.444 at some point. The exact same time as what Alex Albon has done, 1:31.444. We keep having 444 concurrent. I keep seeing the 444 number. Maybe it's a puffer near me connecting causation dots that shouldn't be connected. Did you see the McLaren tyres? No, I haven't. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I can't see it. And I'm looking for it to promise. Engineers working on the McLaren car. I'm still keen to understand. There's a couple of themes that I want to, a couple of questions that I want answered. Oh, yeah. Looks like it's about to fall off the rim, that McLaren tyre. Tyres are just dancing. No, rather it looks chaos, right? I saw it just now much. It's a good spot. Oscar Jack. Word on the F1 curb is that Oscar Jack, accountant settings, would I know it's chaos. That McLaren aren't too pleased with Oscar Jack. That's word on the F1 curb, if that's something in which you want to be invested. He doesn't smile. He doesn't know how to. You can hear my mister desperately wants to be on my little man fancies himself a bit of camera time. Shall I get him, chat? Shall I give him his debut in his school uniform? He's talking particularly loud, any to try and get himself on cam. On cam with Cameron. Apparently, Neil. Apparently. But again, all F1 publications are created equal. Some are created more equal than others. So I don't know how much I'll be invested in it, but I did read an article yesterday. Testing day 3 reliability issues, laughing my ass off at Pyro rules. Standard. Kimmy says, yeah, get him on. No, he's all right for that, I think. He's leaving Daddy alone. Oscar J talking through his lap yesterday. I mean, the cheeky love kiss with Nico Hulkenberg is worth talking through more than the lap, eh? 239 of you. Selvin Legend Day 0. Foxy Century also put him on his very cute. I know. How was school today, young man? I know, Kimmy. He's not gone yet. Where is Lewis Sealander? He's afternoon session. Red Bull twitchy as always. Argent, it is very twitchy. That Red Bull is going to need a Max Verstappen to drive it, isn't it? It is going to need a Max Verstappen to drive it. Good evening from Australia. A lot of Australians in here. I'm loving that. Spaghetti ball. A red wine. Oh, Caroline. I mean, Caroline, I don't hate that. You've made me very hungry. As one who hasn't had any breakfast yet. 221 of you in the chat concurrently. Do me a favour, smash a like. My little one is 15 and 6. Oh my gosh, Selvin. I think my little man's going to be quite tall as well. Scary hours. Norris long run times on the mediums were quite impressive yesterday. Scroopy. I mean, he looked good. But so did Mr. Verstappen. It's techie. Done. Gonzo. Right. We are Gucci, and now Cameron can focus on explaining some. Oh my gosh, Jags, 3 a.m. It's commitment. Although the opening Grand Prix, I know it's perfect for Aussies, but the opening Grand Prix for us kicks off at 4 a.m. Oh, the humanity! It's gonna be too chaotic. Oh no, my little one, I read that, Selvin, looking at me, sizing up. I know, Selvin, I'm not looking. He already, my little man already treats me as poppy show, I think is the term, Selvin. J, 12 a.m. for me. Greetings from across the pond. You're a legend, Jay. You're a legend. Wind, go on then, let's have a word. Let me get my commentator hat on. Here we go. Right. Laura says the wind is picking up. Well, the wind currently, Laura, if you want the specific details, since we're trying to add value over here on an F1 stream, the final day of testing, the morning session. The wind over here, in my best radio voice, 9.4 kilometers per hour, coming in from these, going to the west, southwest or something. Track temperature, 29.8 degrees Celsius. Air ambience, 17.6 degrees. 44% humidity. Air pressure is 10201.1. What it's worth 220. If you're watching Kokoni, do me a favour and smash the like. Best not be 12 a.m. for me. Greetings from across the pond. You guys are legends, man. And let me say this before we get techie things. I'm grateful ad infinitum to each and every single one of you who've ever watched a video. Elated peddlers and moderators extraordinaire each and every single time. Get deference. This channel couldn't be what it is, and it won't be what it is without your continued support. Genuinely mean that. I'm acutely aware. As we try to become the market leader this year, it's going to get peak and it is going to get techie. But market leading settings, I don't come like Max Verstappen, the man about whom we spend so much time talking. But like Max Verstappen, I don't come to lose here. Like, I've come to win and take names. Market leading settings, and every time there's a car on track, we want to be here talking about it, because I think we owe it to F1. It's one of the greatest, if not the greatest, sports in the world. So Merck has lost Ineos as a sponsor. Sir Jim Radcliffe is struggling financially, isn't he? And the word on the F1 curb is that he can't afford any longer to be prominent engine cover sponsor at Mercedes. Initial race simulations show McLaren have half a second faster than Ferrari and Mercedes. Madeline, you asked me to do a cheeky synopsis and I did it, and you didn't even say anything, which made me think that my synopsis of events erstwhile yesterday wasn't very good. Cheers, Madeline. You know what I mean? I'll know for future reference. What have you Thanks. Tommy Hilfiger left as well, 100%. As did Santander. Leave Williams. Wrong. Leave Ferrari to go to Williams. Laurie's a real English. RLJ. You're going to get me cancelled out here. 231 of you watching currently. Ineos is a shareholder. Ineos is indeed 33% shareholder. But where's the sponsorship gone? Okay, boy, Cameron. Speaking of tired, oh my gosh. What happens when you don't get much sleep? Cameron, bags start to show underneath your eyes, particularly this chap. Oh, the humanity. Sleep when you're unalive. No, you're a legend, Madeline. You didn't read my message properly. I'm sorry, Madeline. I apologise. Hilfiger and Ineos bailed. Financial resource, cash is king each and every single time. 210 of you watching concurrently. Pulling funding, can't lie, HP, Source, Stripe. Oh, this is so bad. I don't know who gifted me a membership, but I wanted to say thank you. Neil, I think you will owe that gratitude to the man, the legend, the man, the myth they call Tyson. Always out here gifting memberships. And by the way, if you want to support the channel by becoming a member, again, grateful ad infinitum. Grateful isn't a strong enough word, nor robust enough signifier, but If you want to become a member, that will mean, therefore, that you get access to a couple of different things. The Discord, the link is on the community tab. The newsletter, also on the community tab, where I summarise my thoughts and put some techie than techie bits. You will get emojis and also priority in the chat each and every single time. So you'll get a couple privileges. Nothing worthy of note, but a couple of privileges. How will Toto fuel his private jet with only a couple billion left in the bank? It's not Toto, it's Sir Jim. He's the one who's the bottleneck as far as he's spread too thinly across far too many sporting franchises, right? Man United struggling, needs to inject probably a couple 100 million, maybe $1 billion into them. They need a new training ground. They need a new stadium. They need a new team. Sir Jim Ratcliffe is spread thin, therefore. Cam is sandbagging. Let's go. Scrambled or poached? Neither for me, king of nuts. My old man always used to say that he's not a big egg fan, and I took after. The apple in the tree does not fall too far from. Always poached. Good morning, real F1. Let's go, what a world. 218 of you watching concurrently. Atop of your timing sheets, you have yourself a modern day Jean Lazy for whatever that means on a 130.811. After him, thereafter, Kimi Antonelli on a glory run again, no doubt, trying to put himself fourth, if indeed the mythos is true, as one of the quickest on the grid in 2025. King George Russell of King's Lynn, though, will have something to say about that, won't he? He will be disagreeing vehemently. Shortly thereafter, you got Max Verstappen on a 131.442 this time, not 444. That privilege is left to one Alex Albon if superstition is the restaurant from which you dine on a 131.444. Sir Lewis, racing gods, superstition, pathetic fallacy is going to win it. Take it to the bank. 131.761 from Isaac Hajar again. Didn't have a fantastic day yesterday, did he? The French Algerian driver. We'll talk about Hajar. I think he's going to be I think he's going to be an underperformer, Isaac. Even though Alex Brundle declared him as the fastest driver in F2 last year, faster in absolute terms than one Gabriel Bortoleto. It's just that Bortoleto was the Prost to Isaac Hajar's Senna, wasn't he? That was the issue. Jack Doohan on a 131.812 currently occupies the 6th position on the timing sheets. Gabriel Bortoleto 132.2 shortly thereafter. In 8th, you've got Oliver Behrman 133.677, and the 9th of those who've currently set a time, Lando Norris has not, is one Fernando Plan Alonso, man from Oviedo, Asturias on a 133.821. All those stats on the right hand side of your screen come courtesy of Multiviewer. Support them because they support us. Rasta vibes, I'll go on to solve it. Let's go. Go on, I haven't seen anything just for the reason why I had to do the mornings. I was going to skimp and skive, but the reason why I was compelled to do the morning shift is because I wanted to see towards the latter stage of this session, Max and Lando go on track. Neither one of them, let's be honest, will want this session to end without seeing their name atop of the timing sheet. There's something going on with them. I know they were friendly and joking and laughing yesterday. Yeah, nothing to see here. We're mates. Our relationship is top. Like, do you know what I mean? I get it, Max. I get it, Lando. Diffuse. But I just think that works in the favour of Max Verstappen. It is going to be a dogfight, Lando. Prepare for it then. Get your troops and your soldiers ready. Do you know what I mean? There's a tax. I keep saying this, but I'll say it again because it's never more salient than that. There is a tax to be paid if you want to climb that driver's championship mountain. The gradient is steep, irrespective of who you are on that grid. And that road, that incline, that hill climb goes through Max Verstappenville. It has to. And I think there's a line of least resistance. That line of least resistance it doesn't look like what Lando Norris is doing at the moment. It just doesn't. Like being friends, kikiing, rock, paper, scissors, catching the same PJ. Get your own private jet, Lando. What are you doing? I don't rate it, Darwin. I think he's gonna listen. The litmus test for Lando, if he's done his homework, we will see it in real time manifest. The first time he puts it on pole, and you've got a decent running into turn one, and you've got Max Verstappen in second place. Anybody can defend to like Charles Leclerc into turn one or Lewis. Both of those like not super meek and mild, but passive, passag, like whatever the term is. But when you've got a fire-breathing dragon in Max Verstappen, who you know for a fact he's gonna launch it off the line and challenge you up the inside, then it's different. Cheeky practice start by Jack Doohan. Sand timer on Jack Doohan's F1 career starts now. It's chaos. Pinto any minute now. Daniel, you're a legend. Thank you for jumping on, mate. I appreciate you. I will max stop anything. Might have the 4th fastest car. Andrew, who told you that, Andrew? You think he's got the 4th fastest car? 4th fastest car potentially in Liam Lawson's hands. Andrew, here's what I say. So Mark Hughes, I think you're looking at Mark Hughes' data. Mark Hughes did the data dive yesterday when Liam Lawson was in the car. What he wanted to do is do a data dive the first day of testing. You guys will have seen that I did something similar and compared the average of their long runs, and there's not a lot between it either on the C3. I think on the C3, on average over their long runs, Max Verstappen was about a tenth quicker. On the C2, they were like, there's less than 1,000 between them. It's close. I swear to you, it is close. And again, the comparison isn't the Red Bull, the RB21 in the hands of Liam. It's the Red Bull in the hands of Max Verstappen, right? That's where you're going to get that's the comparison. That's the meta compare. That's what you want to suss for. Fake Lewis mind games with young bloods. Oh no. Lando wants Max to like him. I think he wants to be liked by everybody the Fox's century. He can't be the heel. Do you know what I mean? This is the Dark Knight settings for Lando. At some point, he's got to realise that you die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain, right? Like, you can't... He needs to be Bane. I was born in the darkness, moulded by it. He needs to go for... Well, or at the very least, not be full heel. I don't think he'll ever be... But he needs to be prepared to go full heel. Because if I know, like I was always told by a wise man once, to never fight with somebody who has less to lose than you. And Max drives as if he has less to lose than all of them, right? So he makes them all question their own mortality, and that's something that's to be weaponized. Okay, so Max, from his perspective, he's only got 4 points till he gets banned for one race, and he won't want that. But nevertheless, I don't think he'll allow... He said already he won't allow that to impinge on his unique brand of wheel-to-wheel racecraft. And that's techie for the rest of them. It's super, super techie. I don't know how do you solve for that, chat? If you're one of the other 19, what do you do? I think the plan for Lando is to just drop it on pole and lights the flag. I think that's the easier... You want to ease your life in a sport that is very difficult inherently. I think that's the way that you do it. You've got to get a start. You've got to do what Max did last year and build the gap early. Force Max's hand on defense now. Am I making sense? It's got to be that. It has to be that. What's going on, Glenn? I hope you're good. Hans, he has less Less to lose last race, McLaren. Fair. Fair. Max does like Lando when he leaves the door open for the 100th time. I know, but it's... What is he doing? Oh, he's so frustrated. McLaren are just incredibly poor. Very bad when it comes to making errors of the unforced variety. They need to institute for some... they need some... They're like the FIA in that sense, right? They need some semblance of cost control as far as those mistakes. They need to stop them bleeding. Stop the steal. Or the rot. Deliberate citation. Just curious, Cam, who or what made you get into F1, says Miss Arbres. I mean, that was as good a time as ever to tell that story, eh? Get the kid. Yeah, he's gone now, would he? Go on then. The genesis story of Cameron getting into F1 goes something like this. My old man, the legend that is Cameron Senior, he's always been into like cars and particularly fast cars. So when F1 was on in the early 90s, when your boy Cameron CC was a young pup, F1 was always on. My dad would always watch it. So I want to say early, not like 90. The first season that I remember properly watching, like every turn of every race weekend, was 94 was a big year. But we were watching, me and my old man were watching in 92, 93 too. I remember Prost. I remember 93 being a bit of a boring year, Williams' dominance. 92, 91, Senna years. Oh, sorry, 92 was a bloody Williams year as well, was it? 93, yeah, 93 Prost, 92 was Mansell. I remember Nigel winning. I remember it being a big thing in the UK that finally Nigel had managed to get over the hump, and the racing gods had been smiling on him that year for the first time in his career. It was a big deal. Silverstone. And I was young then. I was young. I was really young. So that was the genesis story of it. And then my dad bought me a game. I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again. 226 if you're watching Kokoni, do me a favour and smash the like. My old man, around the same time, bought me a really good game, a brilliant game with a brilliant manual called Micro Poses Grand Prix. I still remember the bloody the front cover of the game. It was like a car that looked. They didn't have the rights to the F1 brand at the time, so the front cover was like a Formula 3 car, or GP2 at the time, whatever. Formula 3000 with like a yellow. Imagine an F1 car that was yellow, with the words Grand Prix in yellow, and it was a fantastic game that I used to play on my Atari. And in it, I think this is the clincher. In it, there was a manual, like about yay thick, a white book that just taught you where. If you're new to F1, Google Micropros Grand Prix manual. It's like a 300-page thick manual that had everything in it about the fundaments of racing, out or in apex, out, slipstreaming, switchback. Had all these little diagrams in it, in addition to speaking extensively about all the drivers currently in F1 and do you know what I mean? Who they are, who the teams are, what engines they use, who had the Lamborghini, and it was chaos. Yeah, 92 Valkyrie, maybe a little bit earlier. Oh my gosh, you guys got it. Ein Wide Open. Oh my gosh, Ein Wide Open. How can you play that game as a kid and not be hooked for life? So as soon as I started to play that game and understand what it is and drive around the tracks and Monaco and Jeff Craymond, oh my gosh, unbelievable game. I'd argue that game did more for F1 than Drive to Survive. That got so many young people hooked all up and down again. You had it as well, Woody. Oh my God, it's the manual, isn't it? That thick white book. I think, but for that thick white, and then Cameron being a rebel, would get on his push bike and test whether what they were talking about in that thick white book, the Grand Prix manual, I wanted to test it. So I wanted to understand whether switchback was true. I wanted to understand also whether slipstream was a real physics phenomenon. And we test it. No, Safak, I'm not precious. 84 is my year. So you can do the math. F1 can be a shady business, Scroopy, you're not wrong. I guess we'll never know the real inside story, just like we never know about the asymmetric braking directly. Looking back in retrospect, this is one of the reasons why I can't talk about the mechanic. Camera's never a young pup proof. We need pictures. I'll dig them out at some point. No, I give that manual to Lance Stroll. I need to get this bloody tablet higher. I'm not just looking down all the time. Do that. $238 if you're watching Kakoni, do me a favour and smash the like, por favor. Every little bit helps. And we are in the year that is 2025, looking to execute for purple sectors in a way that Lando Norris couldn't at all. Carlos Sainz on deck for commentary, yeah. Mr. Ambassador, don't hate it. 1994 was when I started watching. Just after the Senna loss, Schumacher was such an exciting driver then. Remember Jos was oh my gosh. 96. Where was the fire? What Grand Prix? Was it the German Grand Prix? Can't remember. I've done a video on that as well at some point. Yeah, that game was incredible. Oh, Umanch, I just understood your joke. Umanch, you need to crack that James Vowles joke again. James Vowles looks like a patient that's left the sun. So that was so good. Very witty. Well, do me a favour and smash a like. Wake up, Cameron. Get your SH1T together. Verstappen is on fire, Valking. Good metaphor. What's Lando doing? Is Lando still doing this ECU nonsense to test the correlation between CFD and wind tunnel and reality potentially? What's your favourite looking F1 car? Jordan 7-Up wasn't bad, Brett. Modern day Jean is cooking again. Go on, let's have a look at. Oh yeah, look at that. Let's have a look at it. They are pushing. Stop inventando. Estás inventando, Carlos Sainz would say. Stop inventing. How do you like them apples? Carlos talking about his new best mate, Alex Albon, being more than a brilliant driver, a good human being. That's nice. What was the you had the I had the PC version. I don't even think they brought that game out on console, would they? I think it was just an Atari, an Amiga. I mean, this is old money now, eh? We're talking like this is like a couple hundred years before Christ. This is like way back in the day. So, I mean, the crying, laughing face. Connor's a good question. Oh, favorite livery, MP4. I want to say that's 1988, right? 1988, Senna and Prost card was one of the best. Got some patience. See you guys in 30 minutes. Umanch, you're a legend. Chap, thank you so much for joining. See you in a bit. Driving with the keyboard. I know, Woody, it's chaos. Although you could get a joystick. I think I had a joystick, but I always use the keyboard because those were the default controls for Microprose's Grand Prix. One of the goatiest PC F1 games even to have ever F1'd. It was legendary. Umanch with the multitasking. 1000%. Thatchun's incoming. Oh, solve it. Oh, hopefully not. We don't want to see any tantrums. It's interesting that day 3 always gets less. Like less people die. It's always day 1. Day 1 is like peak oil theory as far as F1's concerned and attendance. It's like big boy day 1. People have been starved of F1 cars being driven in anger on track. But then you get like, I don't know. Then all of a sudden you get the day 2, day 3 morning glow. And then everybody dials back on to see like, well, what are the takeaways? You know your boy Cameron F1 here for the long time as much as a good time. Do you know what I mean? 239 if you're watching concurrently, as we are T-minus 2 hours and 32 minutes left on the docket German Grand Prix. I suspected as much, Woody. I mean, I've done enough. I should know that Amiga 1200 days. Oh my gosh. See, I wanted the Amiga, but my dad got me the Atari Jomo, which I wasn't too pleased about because there were loads of disc games that I could play on the Amiga but couldn't play on the Atari. It was like Sega Saturn versus PlayStation, the original one. Scroopy, of whom are you talking about? MP45, my favourite McLaren. Anything exciting happen yet? Just got here. James, not really, if I'm honest. I think I think this is a placeholder for the. I think we'll get some glory ones towards the end of this session. Atari 10 foot. I think that was the one that I had. Eye wide open. I think I had that Atari, you know. Oh, I love it. This is such good memories. Microprose Grand Prix, the best game that's ever get. It's just, I don't know, it was a revelation. I just didn't even know. Back in the day when it was Pac-Man and all this nonsense. And then you get like a proper F1 game, mate, where you can do like, you remember the American track? It was Phoenix, wasn't it? And it had that big, long, medium duration, medium speed turn. It's quite good. Turn of constant radius or whatever. You guys are getting me nostalgic here. Cam, do you have any interest in sim racing? Tell you what, Stephen, I've got a little rig here, but I just don't have time to use it. It's a decent one. It's like, well, it was decent when I bought it. Fanatec and like, do I even get this? Look, got the old, can you guys see this? Just here, literally just right next to me. I mean, I should be putting on the gloves right so you guys could see. I mean, it's a decent wheel, this, and it didn't cut it. It wasn't cheap, but just don't get a chance. The honest truth. Quick release and everything. As if I'm a proper F1 driver. 194 of you watching. Curly, do me a favour and smash the like. As I'm Carlos Sainz, what a legend. Smooth operator. Stop inventing. Had a Commodore back in the day. Living in Germany. We're talking now. This is the best conversation we've had for a while. Reminiscing about Grand Prix, Microprose, Atari and Amiga. No, I downloaded it like ages ago, Valking, but I just didn't pursue it. And I wasn't very good, if being honest. Jason, legend. Good evening, sir. 7:31 p.m. It's chaos. Let's go, Jason. Smashed. Cam, your TV remote is way too OP. TV remote? I don't know what you mean. The steering wheel. Does Pac-Man still exist? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Safak. I don't know. It was ages ago, right? I'm sure there's a game. They always bring back the old games. I'm sure there'll be one somewhere. As in Canord's one on the keyboard. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Woody. Woody, you're a real one. A and Z. Yeah, that was A was the accelerator, Z was the brake, and then you use the two arrows, right? The two like triangle arrows on the other side of the keyboard to steer the car. Yes, I love this. Yeah, and to be fair, the steering keys wore out for me as well, Woody. You're a real one, Woody. Oh my gosh, EC, the Neo Geo 64, whatever it was called. Mate, that was fun. That was way I was priced out of that market. I was. This has become a very nostalgic conversation. Woody's taking me there with the control keys. We are, of course, for those of you who are new to this chat, talking about Microprose's Grand Prix, the goatiest game to have ever goated. The reason why so many of us on this chat got involved in F1 in the first instance. Oh, A up, Red Bull new nose, yeah? Here in this chat. Remember we said potentially there are going to be some hidden features that car would look a little bit different between now and Australia. New nose doesn't attach. 280 of you watching concurrently. We have our self-developments. Breaking news per Laura Winter. New nose going to be tested at some point. You guys said that there were going to be Red Bull upgrades. New nose, which doesn't attach. It's not flush to the main plane. Get Gabriel Bortoletto. I want to see this upgrade for Red Bull. Por favor. Let us see. Please. Chat is so old we know about modern set. Oh my God. It's chaos. It's chaos that Woody's got me feeling a bit nostalgic and sentimental. But we had reactions at 0.1. I remember back in 96 playing F1 on the... Oh my God, that was a revolution as well. I think I bought F1. I think I missed out on the first F1 game, but I bought F1 97. That was an incredible game as well, wasn't it? Modern day nose job, Emily. Chaos. Modern day Grand Prix, what F1 97 was. And there's the original F1 game that had the Siemens timing graphics. I was like, what? That looks real. I need it. The front nose looks sick. I can't see it. Val King, go on. Should we get some? Let me see if people are saying, are people going in on Twitter? Sit up, Cameron. Come on. Get your life together, mate. Come on. Breaking news, therefore. We've got a front wing, a new one, an upgraded one for the balls that are red. And that's going to get a bit, it's going to get, don't know, going to get a bit techie and chaotic. Getting a bit too comfortable, slumped over here on my right, and I fix up, look sharp. Cameron, please. 235 of you watching concurrently, and I'm grateful ad infinitum for each and every single one of you. It is going to get chaotic. Chaotic. I'm just checking, like Ferrari, for pictures. Boxy Century. Don't get me there nostalgic again. Cam, will we ever get to meet Mama Cameron? It would be nice to put a face on the name. I don't think she's quite camera shy as Mama Cameron. She understands. Oh, Jason out here gifting membership as an absolute legend. Thank you so much, Jason. And welcome those who've been blessed by Jason. Do you know what I mean? What was I going to say? Oh no, Mama. So around Mama Cameron though, she's a bit camera shy. Miss RS, bless her. I'll try to get her. I wanted to have an argument about Max and Lewis with her on camera. It would have been gangbusters, but nah, nothing doing. Far too camera shy for that sort of stuff. Zero failures, says Max. Agreed. Sam Collins was talking about that it's very weird. You would argue that these cars are probably too reliable if This is the first testing ever in F1 history where we've not had a car parked up just yet. I would concur. I would concur, but it is the final year of these rules and regs. So do you know what I mean? Understeer settings from Lando. But from a Lando perspective, go on. Let's talk about Lando. We want to say most F1 aficionados and those experts trackside agree that if there's one thing that you can pin your tail to and be certain of, is that McLaren probably, as far on the drivability scale, that they've probably nailed it. That's probably the easiest of the quick cars to drive. The McLaren's probably the easiest in the form of the MCL 39 iteration. Here we go. Lando's going to get moving now, isn't he? However, that's not to say it still doesn't have its foibles and things for which it needs to develop. Meaning, therefore, I mean, of course, I'm referring to. Let's have a look at Sector 1 from Lando. Is he going to get a wriggle on? Oh no! What were we talking about, chat? I was just about to go into instability at the rear. Lando said yesterday that what they need to develop out of that car is instability at the rear. True to form, commentators curse. We get ourselves a big oversteer moment and our first yellow flag this session. As Cameron wipes his eyes again. What about cheeky? Thank you, Jason. Absolute legend. Yeah, proper legend. And make sure you get, if you are a member, make sure you get yourself on the community tab. If you want to become a member, an elated peddler, then that will get you access to the Discord. The Discord link will be on the community tab. You'll get yourself some sexy emojis in the chat. You will get deference and priority in the chat each and every single time. And there's something else. I forgot. I can't remember. The wind has picked up. Go on then. Has the wind picked up really? It was like 5-7 kilometers before, wasn't it? Have a look at what it is now. What's it now? 9 kilometers per hour. You are right. Coming in from the northeast now. Oof. Very nearly, Lando. Very nearly. Gotta go. You gotta be careful there, Lando. You know what I mean? You don't want to be the first one to hit the barrier. Bad omens. Start as you mean to go on. Dope, says James. I was waiting on your reaction. And I was just about I was about 10 seconds too late with the big rear instability spiel. Commentators curse, just spreading. No, you're a legend, Jason. Thank you so much, right? Norris spin is washed. It's not spinning that he needs to worry about, I don't think. It's the bloody defensive posture or lack thereof off the line when he qualifies on pole. I was waiting. There is a way to play the game and wins. I'm not. I bet, Woody. I bet. But I guess in my memory, I don't want to revisit it because those graphics at the time were like state of the art. When you revisit it now, given the graphics that we used to like with bloody Half-Life and COD looking like, I know you can barely tell the difference between COD and real life, right? So one for one of those graphics and gameplay. Can talk to Cameron CC in his sleep, Max. Yeah, you got access on the old Discord. Maybe try and continue the conversation. What's going on, bro? Cam, the go-to F1 content creator in the F1. I mean, one day when I grow up, bro. I appreciate it though. Do you think Cadillac GM team have any reps in Bahrain to pick up any tips before they get into the big show next year? They should do, but I think they're a long way off. I think not dissimilar to bloody Sauber, soon to become Audi. There are a gazillion more. Cam supports Oracle Red Bull Racing. In stark contrast to your assertion, bro, I'm a Glory supporter. Like I mean, I oversimplify, but broadly, I like excellence. Is the truth. Look at this chap checking his investment. I didn't catch the name. So when Max, like, say Max Glazing, but if you were here in 2018 and 2008, it would have been you'd have heard me talking the same way about Lewis. Saw the reaction to Silverstone last year. I don't know what more you want me to say, bro. Yeah, Max, I don't know if I want to I don't know if I'd want to play it again. Where's the old Vix? 2 hours in, 2 hours 17 minutes remaining. The first session of the final session of testing 2025 F1 Bahrain testing 2025. Stop glazing about some stuff and bro, you get into me. You've got me. If I wasn't so precious, I would take offence, bro. But we're bantering. We're bantering. That's what the channel's here for. Sorry, Max, to your question. I'm not sure. I don't know what Cadillac have planned. You know what? Let's talk about Cadillac for a second. How comes that? Listen, no 11 team 1 second, 11th team the next. Hang on. Mate, that makes sense. Why did their path to F1 get expedited all of a sudden? But did it have something to do with the president-elect, the DOG case? Did it have something to do with Mohammed bin Salim's links to Cadillac? Why? Remco, you're a legend. Say glaze away. Excellence must be identified in it 100%, Jason. Me and you were singing from the same hymn sheet 100%. I mean, he's not been bad, has he? Go on then, let's talk about, you guys tell me about like the most excellent thing you've ever seen in sport. Let's broaden it out more than F1. I think in F1, what's the greatest thing I've ever seen in F1? Brazil was quite good last year, wasn't it? You guys tell me in the chat, what's the best thing that you've ever seen in F1? 255 of you, to whom I am grateful ad infinitum each and every single time. What's the best thing that I've ever seen? I think, did you see Hamilton making commercials for the controversial leggings company? Kind of surprised as Hamilton is normally cognizant of these type of, I did not see it, Errol. I saw him, Lululemon? I saw him posing only hours after saying that he's a singularity of focus and that he's like 10 toes down in a championship. It's like, mate, I'm not a businessman. I'm a business, man. That's the Lewis Hamilton mantra. T-minus 2 hours and 14 minutes left on the docket. What's the best thing that I've ever seen in sport? Lewis is crossing the line in Turkey. Oh my gosh. Fake dummy move by Sebon Bottas in Spain, 2017. Mansell was the originator of the dummy move though, right? Kimi 05 Suzuka. Don't hate that. So Lewis 2008, he wasn't. Oh wow. It's Glock. Brazil. Hard to narrow down to one race. Maybe Lewis' first season. I know that was very good. That's a good shout. Lululemon. I didn't realise they were controversial, Errol. Done it all. Jason's gone in there. We've done into 93. Ayrton Senna, 5th to 1st, and then down to 3rd, and back up to 1st in one lap or whatever it was. Lewis and Seb in Turkey after 7 world titles is a good shot. Air raising pass, Michael and Ulf. Have you seen the short, James? Mika Max explaining to Michael why he was bang out of order. Brazil 2024. I always thought that he was explaining how he did the overtake, but he was not. Mika Hakkinen and Michael Schumacher back in the day in Spa, 99, I think. 99? I can't remember. He was explaining why Michael was out of order. Lewis 2021, bruh. Don't hate that. Brazil 24 was very good, Max. It was very good. Recency bias, though, any? Has there not been better? Would you not argue? Go on then. If you talk, was Max Sector 3 Monaco better than Brazil 24? Was Senna Donington not better than Brazil 24? Thank God Lewis isn't becoming brand ambassador of 14%. I know, Lando. Lots of hate for Lando or love, conversely, for other drivers. I don't think Lando, the YouTube community doesn't pay much attention to Lando. I don't think he's captured it yet, notwithstanding his best efforts and quadrant, etc. Really buzzed off Raikkonen pipping Lewis and Lando by a part. No, Stephen. The pain on Ron Dennis's face was sweet indeed, says Stephen. Lewis 2007 rookie robbed. I mean, he robbed himself, did he? Just come in the pits, mate. Like, it's wet. Of course, there's going to be water in the pits. My man Cam, your even-handed approach to excellence and appreciation of great driving is why I keep watching. I'm cheering for Piastri. I reckon he will be a multiple-time drivers champion. Andre, you're a legend. I appreciate you, mate. I echo your sentiments on Oscar as well. Mansell overtaking Berger in Mexico, early 80s, round the outside, around the outside. I don't hate that. Was that the time? Again, I'm gonna show myself to be an F1 noob here, devoid of all wheel knowledge. What was the time when Senna and Mansell were coming up behind very similar to bloody Mika and Schumacher at Spa, Zonta, where Senna's approaching a back marker, and then Mansell just nabs. Senna hesitates, and Mansell when Mansell talks about it, he goes, if you hesitate, if you think about overtaking, then by the time you've re-engaged your brain, it won't work. It's all got to be instinctive. When Mansell gets in his instinctive bag, Nige isn't bad. Mansell overtaking Bumpy, yeah, it might be that one. Barrichello, Hockenheim was cool, not better than Brazil 24, but the story was good. The driver might be a gunner without Senate intervention. It's Minecraft, but worse. I wouldn't want to take the memory, would he? Fond memories, mate, to be honest. Right, T-minus 2 hours and 10 minutes. Wind, as far as circumstances, 12.6 kilometres coming in from the north. 30.7 degrees Celsius is your track temps. Ambience per our mates over at Multiview, support them because they support us, is 18 degrees Celsius. Flat humidity 39%. Oh, the humanity. Good question, Dan. Probably Emmett Smith. Oof. Playing with Roman 94 against New York. Bro, saved the Cowboys dynasty. He wasn't bad, Emmett. Easy. What little I know about the NFL, when I watch highlights, a lot of the time it is Emmett, the greatest running back ever in history. If he was a running back, mate, I'm an NFL noob. I shouldn't even talk about it. What was the moment where we had 3 running the exact time for the pole lap? Shumi was part of that. So you are talking, Jay, about 1997 season finale at Jerez, where Michael Schumacher, Jacques Villeneuve and Heinz Harald Frentzen all put the same quali time down to 3 decimal places. Wheel knowledge from Kame. That's my era. That's my era, chat. I should know it. I'll be back to talking streak. What's your beef? All seem to be 5-time champion, Stephen. Maybe. I wish Portugal's on an Estoril. Estorил's a good track, but if you go there now, it's like well dilapidated. We were in Portugal, and I think it was at Estoril. Excuse me. And bikes were using it, but it just looked unsustained, obsolete at the end of its useful life, to use the accounting terminology. Jason says Spain 86, Senna beats Mansell by 100th. Oh my gosh. Mate, I need to go back and watch these. I need to spend some time. Reviewing last season. Because if you don't learn the lessons of history, you're doomed to repeat them though. Big thumbs up, Jay, you're a legend. Schumacher, Hungary, 98. Oof. Nürburgring and Portugal should both be on the calendar. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Mansell Senna. Monaco. Yeah, he chased him. Yeah, no, it was good. It was good. It was good. Mansell couldn't even stand. No, it was a good race. That epic. Mansell threw it. Mansell should have won that race. Williams sabotaged him, didn't he? 276. Are you watching? Only 2 hours and 7 minutes and 26 seconds left on the docket. Indeed, bikes do not like gravel chaps at all. It hurts riders. If you're new in the door, remember to subscribe and like and become a member or something. Oh my god, sufferation as we are 50% of the way through the session. Halfway through. Get yourself some ginger tea, Cameron, and wake up. What are you doing here? 219 of you in the chat can currently do me a favour and smash the like. What are we looking at? Oh, rear instability again. Lando, what did he say? Car's not perfect, chap. Job's not done. The job's not done. Oh, the humanity. Houston, as far as the papaya colour team, we have ourselves a problem. 86 Adelaide blowout. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's an iconic one, right? Bless Nigel. The racing gods were not smiling. Put your hand over your mouth, Cameron, you Neanderthal. I didn't realise up until about 5 years ago that it was rude to yawn and not put your hand over your mouth. Does that make me a rock ape? And yeah, an underdeveloped human, an under-evolved human. Hey. Oh my gosh, what is going on? Max Verstappen. That's the wrong song, isn't it? I'm singing UK Garage to try and keep myself alive. Team Isaac Hajar struggling again. Isaac, chill out, chap. Isaac Hajar does one of these and has a snap oversteer moment, and you can see him just winding out in the car. I don't think he's got the temperament requisite. Look at him. To be fair, he's got good car control and he's obviously very quick, but bloody, like what? It's not going to help you, chap. Yuki Tsunoda's already been warned for doing the same thing. What's he doing? He's losing it in the car. It's not going to help him. Chill out, Isaac. I heard Lewis is buying K-Tip. I heard Lewis was actually buying something like that, but I don't know. Showing my age. All of us are Jason in this conversation. You know what I mean? 28 for the rest of the world, says Max. 2007. Oh my gosh, Jomo. When the engine cut out and came back. People still don't know what happened, right? Oh, how did that happen? Sabotage. That's how it happened. I remember seeing that thinking, what? Lucy's done, and then the engine just came back. What? Very, very weird. Some say that Bernie Eccleston cut Lewis's engine in 2007. Ferrari international assistance there. Sometimes the racing gods are not on your side. Sometimes it's just not going to work. Mansell would have won in 87 if he didn't crash in Japan and get injured. He deserved the championship later. And losing like that 2 years ago. Oh no, he was cursed, wasn't he, Nige? That's why it meant so much to so many people. I remember there being a feeling. My dad often describes in the UK, coming to the UK as an immigrant from Jamaica, that in 1966, that all Brits had like an English people particular, but there was like a pep in people's step around the World Cup win. I feel like there was a similar thing. I mean, I was too young to remember properly. But in 92, when Nigel won, there was a similar rising tide atmosphere. Kimi Antonelli faster than Charles Leclerc. What are you talking about? Blimey. Kimi Antonelli was faster around these, but in the top. Wow. Are you? Wow, Kimi Antonelli quicker in high speed than Charles Leclerc. Modern day Jean lazy. Behave yourself. Surely not. What are we doing here? T minus 2 hours and 2 minutes 57 seconds. But the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc quicker on the straights, right? Engine map settings. That's why when you go into 2026 and you're wondering who's going to build yourself a god tier market leading power units in the new rules and regs, 50% internal combustion, 50% electric. Oh wow. I'm gonna say this fast. A Merc quick chat. Anthony Man United, long time no see. Hamilton time interview is fire. I haven't read it. So Lewis Hamilton has done a time interview where he's talked about a couple of different things. In fact, let me talk to you. I've got a cheeky screenshot of his response to Toto the Boy Who Cried Wolf, talking about shelf life. God, it is some. When you do F1 for a living, there's an infinite amount. Do you guys use Notion to take? Who's out here gifting memberships? Donald, the legend that is. Thank you, sir. You're a legend of a different caliber. Out here gifting memberships. Welcome, Michelle. A Etchebe, Q Glen, Errol, Mongstradamus, Colin Dash. Been blessed one and all by Donald. Proper legendary settings. Right, let's get this. Let's get this app. He does love a wide turning. There's Kimi Antonelli, but that's where that's how you unbalance the car. Is it not? Lewis Hamilton says, okay, so that's not the interview. Where's the Lewis Hamilton interview? We'll go for it later, Anthony. I need to read it and digest for it. Nasha read it out yesterday on Quick Stop F1, but I haven't come across it properly. I was knee deep trying to unpick for the upshots and takeaways of testing yesterday. So yeah, have a look at it. There is somewhere on the internet. Let's have a go. Anthony, you tell me, what do you make of it? I heard his shelf life. Let's have a look at it. You can get this guy. Hamilton finally answered the negative nonsense that's been going around. He decides how long his shelf life is or something, didn't he? Anthony, we're going to have an argument though. He decides when his shelf life is. Lewis has said some things of late, Anthony. Shall we unpick them? Shall we fact check some of Lewis's? Two of them instantly spring to mind. My team don't make mistakes. And you remember at the end of 2021 when he said, you think you've seen the best of me now, wait till you see me next year. The future makes a mugs out of all of us from time to time. It's not me saying Lewis can't win a championship, but I mean, he doesn't bat 1,000 in his predictions. Yeah, at least not of late. That doesn't mean to say he's still not one of the goatiest, if not the goatiest that we've ever seen. Okay, so Lewis has said about questions of his shelf life. What I can tell you is retirement is nowhere on my radar. I could still be around until I'm 50. Cool, bro. Go on then. I'm built different. He is built different. He is a bit different, if we're being honest. He's Lewis Hamilton. Do you know what I mean? Mr. Professional, setting 235 of you watching Kokoni. Do me a favour and smash a like. He is. No, look. Here's what I'll say about it. The case for Lewis Hamilton goes something like this. He's Mr. Unprecedented. He's done things in F1 that no one else ever has done, and maybe never ever will again. He's got all the records, 7-time champion. If anybody can win an unprecedented 8th, That person has a name, and his name is Lewis Hamilton. 2018 Singapore, 2008 Silverstone, 2020 24 Silverstone. Like, these are the examples that show you Las Vegas, Abu Dhabi. It shows you the making of the man that is, forget the man actually, the driver, the F1 peddler that is Lewis Hamilton. Still at his core, per Peter Wins, a friend of the channel, he's just a guy, he's just a racer. Like, when you boil him down to brass tacks, he bleeds oil. That's who Lewis Hamilton is now, and always will be long after he's retired. However, if we're playing the balance game, the statistics, if we put on our forensic accounting cap, you know what? Lewis can carry on for another 200 years if he wants to. But I don't, as a Lewis Hamilton fan, I don't care about, I want to see Lewis winning. I don't really care. This isn't a participation game, right? You don't get medals for fourth and sixth. You get medals for winning. And Sir Lewis, I don't want to see Floyd Mayweather just compete with bloody Jake Paul. I don't want to see Usain Bolt do exhibit. I want to remember these stars at their peak, at their pinnacle. I want to see them win. Same with Muhammad. I don't want to see Muhammad Ali get beat by Larry Holmes when he's 700 years old. I don't remember Muhammad Ali for who he was. I want to remember the fight against Cleveland Williams. I don't remember Muhammad against Sonny Liston twice. And Muhammad against George Foreman, even then he was long past his. But that's what I want to remember. I want to see them winning because they are winners. And I say that to say this, around Sir Lewis Hamilton, I'm just acutely aware, without sounding like a Debbie Downer, I've already done the Lewis Hamilton glazing thing so that nobody can claim otherwise. Oh, Cameron, you're not a Lewis Hamilton fan because you don't worship at the altar of Sir Lewis Hamilton fandom in the same way that I do, unequivocally. Close your eyes to the objective reality of the truth, which is this. Lewis is 40 years old now, not long turned, meaning about the same age, give or take a couple of months. That's why I know. Why does that matter? In my humble opinion, me being a B-spec F1 mind, having watched the sport all my life, 40 years as near as makes no difference, is this rumble in the jungle, Max. Here's why that matters. In my humble opinion, F1 is a young man's game. Don't believe me? How many 40-year-old champs has there ever been? And more precisely, how many 40-year-old champs has there been in the last 30 years? Guys, let me know in the chat. Not many is the answer. There's been 3 ever. Brabham 66, Fangio 57, Giuseppe Farina, shout out, happy anniversary F1 in 1950. Not many. 3 champions in F1, or 1 champion in F1 history has won in 3 cars or more as Max Verstappen gets his wriggle on. Fangio. How many of those champions have won at the age of 40 years old in the last 30 years? And I say that to say, Anthony, Man United, that F1 is a young man's game. I was like a lazy because he has a helmet. I like a lazy, you know, his helmet was the same as Elo De Angelis. It was a nice tribute. Elo was a great peddler. You know what I like Sean a lazy for? I'll show you. Remember when he used to lean his head? That's got to be worth a couple tenths. Leaning your head into the apex. I've always done that as well in karting. Thinking that will gain me a cut. Hamilton like Ronaldo. It looks incredible. I don't disagree, Anthony. I don't disagree. But Father Time is inevitable. Undefeated, undisputed. It's a matter of when, not if. So, I mean, Lewis has pushed it back years already. I don't know. Oh, but look at LeBron. Well, the exception proves the rule, no? I just think I'm Anthony. I'll say this finally on the Lewis Hamilton thing without being a Debbie Downer or sounding and looking like one. All I will say is this: statistically, the gradient, because of the stats, the gradient up which Lewis Hamilton will need to climb, the path that he'll need to follow, it's steep, not insurmountable, but improbable. That's what I'll say about that. Cameron, the interview that Lewis had the other day, however, was epic and cringe. was epic cringe in a way, like he believes he's better than other people, which usually leads to hard downfall. Oof, Jay. Oof. Controversial and polemic. I'd say you haven't hit your peak just yet. Here's hoping, Stephen. I think I have, I think my peak was probably about 5 or 6 years ago. Miss RS says Louis aging like fine wine. Probably Miss RS. I mean, he still looks about 20 years old. Let's be honest. It's not cringe to believe in yourself, says Anthony. And comes the beef. Why can't we all get along? I know it's respectful for now, but it always descends into chaos if we are fans of Lewis and of Max concurrently. To believe in yourself is not cringe. People call Ronaldo arrogant. However, if that's what it takes to win, let's just see what Lewis. I don't disagree. I think that's fair. I think that's fair, Anthony. I mean, to compare and contrast, Max has an unerring belief in himself. If that's what I haven't read the article, so I shouldn't talk about it. What's Hans saying? Is Russell the best driver to mentor Antonelli? Because this young lad is fast, he's quick through the quick bits, the twisties. What Stephen said, I'm missing things. Chat, me 260 if you watch a concurrently smash a like. Let me answer this question. I think he's the only. I mean, who else are you going to get to mentor Kimi? But the driver on the opposite side of the garage. So it's a marriage of convenience. Probably not the best on the grid, but be a disrespect to George to have him. What are you gonna get Lewis to mentor? It's like, can you imagine? George would be like, George would be instantly raging. Miss RS, good question at Stephen. I missed it. Do you think Lewis would have retired had he won in 2021? 1000%. I have it on good authority. I mean, you could see, right, you don't need to take my word for it. If you watch the end of 2021, you can see in Lewis's demeanour that there were I mean, he planned to retire even after not having won. It's almost like he was brought back just when he thought he was out. Defeat at the hands of controversy and Michael Massey and Max Verstappen brought him back in. Cam, do you think Max will get it done this year? Who the fudge? I just don't know, Musa. Musa, long time no see, chap. You know what I mean? Lewis is a top 5 guy now. Oh, the humanity. But where in that top 5, Malcolm, is the salient. But will Max get it done? So here it is. Here's my Max thesis. It's just really difficult to beat him, Is that your Brill cream? You're a joker, Joe. You kill out. This is Vicks. Brill cream is so 1980s, Joe. Like, what are we doing here? Gimme won't take any advice from a slower driver. Let's go, Max. I was answering a question. Do I think Max will get it done? I'm trying to understand that at the moment. I don't know where I sit. It's going to be tough. It will be closer. The challenge. Go on and let's play balancing acts. If indeed you want to play hypothetical games. T-4 1 hour and 49 minutes on the docket. But what level is Ronaldo playing at these days, Anthony? Went back to Man United and he's not the behemoth that Cristiano was in. Like the year before he left Man United, what are we looking at? 2004. Fudge. It's incredible. Is that right? What year did the last year of his Man United tenure? He was a monster. This current Cristiano, I mean, bears no resemblance to Cristiano. He doesn't even look the same. Cristiano is in his prime, looked like a weightlifter with football boots on. He was thick set. This Cristiano is very different. Max is doing sims. Go on then. Max Verstappen. Go on. We're playing balanced games. Let me play devil's advocate against Max. The problem for Max, as I see, is this. It's a different circumstance. It's a very man. Then what did I miss? Not much. Max on race sims. Not much to see. Nobody doing glory laps. I was going to say glory something else there because I'm in my tiredness, innuendo comes more freely out of these chops. Why is Max sucking race sims? It's not sucking. You'll see him later, I think. Later this morning we'll see some laps. With 1 hour 47 minutes on the docket. 287 of you in the chat concurrently, and I'm grateful ad infinitum for each and every single one of you. But this is a fan channel that is built upon your shoulders, infinitely more robust than your boy Cameron CC's. Go on, let's talk about glory pit stops are later. I know, definitely we'll get them later. It's already like it's always like the last of the things to do, right? Especially in the afternoon on day 3. But I think we'll get some. I think we'll get a couple. It's Max and Lando. I think we'll get a couple in the next hour or so. I'm hopeful. No point putting it in the fence early. No, I don't disagree. Go on then. Let's. Oh, here's Woody, infinitely more expert than me. The key to championship for Max will be all the others dividing the wins, whilst Max picks up a load of points in every race. Go on. Oh, flip. I'm going to go and put some money on Max. You know, I've had enough now. You've just made the case. Go on then. So the case. Let's do the case against Max first. 8 points on his super license. They roll off, don't they? But the first of his 2 will roll off at the Austrian Grand Prix. That's race 10. How can he weaponize his unique, peculiar brand of aggressive wheel-to-wheel craft with that in mind? He said already that he won't change his style, but surely he has to. If he's going to get out the gate, key for Max is getting out the gate quicker than playing defense, because no one can overtake him. So if he wins the first race, Houston, we have a problem for the rest. But 2, you got to consider the change in circumstance. New baby. Fernando El Plan Alonso said once upon a time, going through Suzuka the 130R, that he knew Michael Schumacher was going to back out because he, by dint of his family, had more to lose than Fernando did. That circumstance changes you. Now, Max said that hopefully it'll be BAU, nothing to see here, but I think you will change. A kid just changes his circumstance. Even if Kelly is going to pick up the bulk of the and an au pair or 2 will pick up the bulk of the childcare, you just he's already a bonus dad. Do you know what I mean? So this will be different now when you have your own children. That has to matter. So too, let's talk about the car. I think they've built a car, but I don't think I think there's a lot of they've covered a lot of developmental road dust. They have. Antonelli purple, holy smoke! I need to pay attention, don't I? Getting into my Max Verstappen bag, Antonelli does go purple in sector 1, and then backs off for sector 2, 39.0. So here's what I'll say: the case against Max. Plus, right, so you've got Charles coming into his own, remembering who he is, final form Charles. And then you've got Lando, who you got to expect when I'm watching the he's got to be better than he was last year. Just for the experience, of going wheel to wheel with Max. Zach Brown said as much. When you race Max, you'll learn by osmosis. Lando Norris's year last year is the equivalent to Max Verstappen's year in 2021. Sadly for Lewis and all the other drivers on the grid, Max became, on the back of 2021, Max had all the Infinity Stones, right? Like he just... You don't go head to head with Sir Lewis, one of the best to ever do it, and not learn mahusively. Going to come on a lot, and Max did come on a lot on the back of 2021. An equivalent for Lando will be last year. He just can't be as bad. He can't make as many mistakes, Lando, as he did last year. He just can't. Hungary, Silverstone, Austria, Monza, conservative into this first chicane. Like, what? What do we do? Or the second chicane even. To where bloody Oscar Jack Piastri just comes around the outside. Around the outside. Do you know what a Mickey take that is? Got to travel more distance. And so, quicker split. Like, it's just nonsense. No. Problem with the others, a strong team. And I agree with you, buddy. Strong team, it's a mistakes. Liam Lawson might be the gift in the Red Bull crown, right? If Liam Lawson can take points off the others, but then Red Bull, yeah, I think Max is the favourite still. Don't care how fast that McLaren is. MCL39 is quick and it is very drivable, but I think it will need to be. What does Max Verstappen losing this championship look like? It looks like McLaren having a market-leading car. It looks like Lando being as perfect as news makes no difference every single race weekend. It looks like operational excellence, never ever dropping the ball, strategic errors, a gonzo trending to zero as far as Lando and McLaren. That's what it looks like. They can't have another Sochi. Oh, they can't have another Silverstone. Come in and put, like, if you want to cover off Lewis, then put on these tyres. If you want to cover off Mac, what are you talking about? Honestly, nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Verstappen has picked Angela Cullen as an O-bet. Just say it. Man, Jay. 300 of you in the chat concurrently. Do me a favour, smash the like, por favor. As we are rounding third base, kind of 1 hour 42 on the docket. Antonelli doing pretty well. He's quick, Kayla. FP1 last year, right? In short, Max just did it on his first opportunity. It's true. First time he did it. The first time he could, they did. Stephen says, I can see Max picking up more points if there are more people prepared. Yeah, no, it makes sense to bang wheels with him this year. Wheel to wheel is the heart. Wheel to wheel in the heart of in the heat of battle. Won't be thinking of consequences. But that then could be a problem, Stephen, if you've got 8 points on your super light. There's so many parameters. I'm telling you, it's going to get techie. I can't wait. I'm here for it. Just don't cry for me, Argentina. The truth is I never left you. Cry. Yes, guys, please, Kayla, you're a legend. Proper legend. Thanks for popping in, Kayla. What time is it there? It's got to be bloody late, eh? Q1 Australia will be when we truly know how things are. No one likes to give it all away in testing, says Jason. Cam, you got a standby? Cameron. Standby is in like a second person. Lando will go well. I think Lando will go well. Charles should go very well as well, but I think the car will hinder him. I don't think that Ferrari is the best. But 303 of you in the chat can currently do me a favour and smash the like. Although Max could probably afford to miss a race and still catch. I'm not sure this year. I'm not sure. Not this year. I think it'd be too close. The legend that is Umanch. I hope you saw your patience, mate. I guess after looking at the Haas and McLaren reliability issues, you guys wouldn't bet your money on sandbagging being on the priority list of the teams while they are testing. I agree. I mean, Umanch, there's a Mark Hughes article where he talks about the swagger with which McLaren are moving at the moment. They didn't even do any quick laps yesterday, barely. Lando did a quick sector and then aborted. Just almost test that they still got access to the upper echelons of the pace up and down the grid. Purple sector 2, I want to say, for Lando. Or was it sector 1? I think. I can't remember. Going a 10th quicker than Carlos's best with low fuel. 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks. Chaos. Can't wait. Oscar to win in Melbourne. It's a good shout, though. I mean, you expect him to go, well, Cameron, you need a fish tank in your recording. Yeah, I don't hate it, man. It wouldn't be a bad thing. Room is a very small room, though, chat. To be honest with you. That's what I can do here. Need it up here. How do I do that? T-minus 1 hour and 38 minutes left on the docket. Let's go. 252 of you in the chat concurrently. Max, nice PFP. Don't know what that means, Kayla. He's going to get techie this season, I'm telling you. Liam Lawson has won the... Yeah, I don't believe in those things, Max. Apophenia of the statistical variety. Don't disagree, Jay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think an Aussie has won the Australian Grand Prix. Who were the Aussies? Mark Webber most recently. No, I don't think it's happened. It might have. When anyone appreciates greatness that we witness, i.e. Max Cord being on the bandwagon. Go on then, let's do it rather than acknowledging enthusiastically. Go on, let's do some F1 translation. I'm keen now since you raise it too much. That's very, very well put. I love that the first Grand Prix is here, says Jason. Can kick back and watch all weekend. Already the wife to count me out of any plans that weekend. Already told the wife, as you should do, Jason. Go on then, translation. I hear a lot of bandwagon and British bias. There's a few code words for respectfully, ma'am, sir. I disagree. Whatever happened to that? It's easier. I just disagree. That I hold a different opinion. We're coming at this literary Rubik's Cube or linguistic Rubik's Cube even from different angles. Why can't people just say that? Well, because the world is toxic and there is a problem of evil. That's why. Cornbread, do you know when you need to explain that you did mean something like that pun? I don't know what we're talking about. We need to watch Red Bull's braking system this year. They tend to burn up when pushed to the max, no pun intended. I know you'll recall, EC, that Australia's where they had the issue last year, right? On the exact brake where you would have an issue if indeed you were leveraging some sort of inertia valve or fiddle brake, the rear right. Why? Well, because Australia has all of its low minimum speed, medium duration turns clockwise. So if you were trying to mitigate, anyway, whatever. Causation does not imply correlation, or correlation does not imply causation. So I don't know. Becky, Cam, the reality with the reality sledgehammer. Let's go. Truth and objectivity are things that we do not sacrifice at this channel, and definitely not at the altar of any cognitive dissidence, inclusive of recency bias, availability, heuristic, partisanship, reality fallacy. There's a few, isn't there? What else is there? Apophenia. What's Brundle saying? 276 of you guys in the chat. Max Verstappen. Rachel Books is a legend, and bloody Nora. Ruth knows marbles, eh? Are you listening to this chat? She's talking about the Ferrari nose. Holy smoke. Knowledge for days, eh? Don't hate that. Do not hate it at all. $241 of you in the chat. Wake up, Cameron. T minus 1 hour, 32 minutes and 44 seconds on the docket. You see that? How many times have we said the number 44 over the course of this stream? Over the past couple of days? A lot, I would argue. Mucho. Plenty. Ad infinitum. In perpetuity. As always. Hang on. Right, we need to get a bloody poll on. Let's see the 52% say Max bloody or 600 votes, 52 of you percent think. What's wrong with you, Cameron? Enunciation's gone by the waistline now. Think that Max Verstappen has the whip hand. It's going to get techie, chat. Yeah, I mean, am I being biased? Am I glazing Max? Or am I just leaning into the truth? The whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth that many Maximilian Verstappen naysayers cannot handle the truth. I don't know. 4 championships in hand with a crawling in dying times. 2024. 19. I mean, do you know what I mean? You make the case. Umaj infinitely better than I could. Underrated, overrated. I just got off last year's championship standings and he wasn't bad. Cameron, have you considered streaming on Twitch, Stephen? I'm going to get it going. A lot of people do multi-stream. 100%. It's happening, Stephen. I'm going to get it sorted. Between now and the next time. Today it won't happen, but the next time, Australia, it will be done by, I promise. Just don't rely on Max. McLaren are absolutely in it this season, says bro. Don't disagree. But they will need to be, though, bruh. If you imagine a world in which Lando Norris wins the World Drivers' Championship in 2025, it looks like McLaren having the best car on the grid. Not half of the season, all of the season, right? Lando will need to be perfect. He'll need to out-qualify Max a lot of the time. He'll need to, well, their relationship will get sacrificed. Like, he'll need to not be Max's friend at each and every single time. Like, he'll need to be prepared to pay the tax that becoming a world championship for a world champion even for the first time demands, and that's why he goes to Stephen. I appreciate you saying that. I've looked into it, mate. Yeah, no, it has to get done, Stephen. It's a brilliant point. Miss RS sitting here, last day of summer, going into autumn. Oh my gosh, the joke is Miss RS in the UK. All of a sudden, have you been? I'm back, Neil. Neil, I think I gave a very balanced opinion on Max. I think we talked in a way that was positive about Max. We did. I'm not going to tell lies. That would be disingenuous of me. But I think we talked in a way that was balanced and fair. We gave the positives and the negatives that suggest that Max may or may not win the championship this year. Alex Brundle trackside at turn 7 or 8. Just get down to turn 10. Alex, it's all that anybody cares about. Turn of constant radius. Whatever that means. Medium duration. Medium speed. Challenging though because it's windy. Get that Italian coffee Kimmy had this morning. The boy will be going places. Oof. Alex Brundle saying that into turn 7, that the chap that they call Kimi Antonelli is the only one to take the proper racing line, open out the corners proper. Soon to be 5, says Darwin. Oof, that needs to be a t-shirt, right? At some point. That does need to be a t-shirt. But get me that Italian coffee. Alex Brundle referring to how quickly Max gets the car rotated. This was the issue last year, right? The alter at which this set of cars loses the most of its the most of its time is understeer in low minimum speed turns, medium duration. Low speed, medium duration turns. Yeah, Brundle. Oh, now that it was always going to be the way though. Chat 330 if you're watching Kokoni, do me a favour and smash your like. What else did you expect? Are you not entertained that now that Red Bull have sorted it? Look, story of last year, you've got to look to history to understand your future. If indeed you are invested in finding out what's going to happen in 2025, which I think we all are at this current juncture. What did Red Bull struggle with last year? You'll recall Max Verstappen doing one of these. I'm on -5 brake bias at Hungary and the car still won't flipping turn. What do you do? What is the panacea for that? If those are the travails, mechanical and aerodynamic of your car, flexi-wing. They couldn't get it done last year, Pierre Vacher says, because they'd exhausted both logistically and financially their resources as far as developing the car. Now, however, over the course of the off-season, between last and this, they bring themselves a proper flexi-wing to the fore. How do we know that? Just go and check out the F1.com footage on YouTube. Sam Collins will show you full Mohawk flexi-wing at the front from this RB21 car. That has to mean something. If I put my noddy forensic accounting cap and I'm drawing out the waterfall to show the difference between last year's cars, all of the 10, and this year's, you've got to do some advantage for the flexi-wing that Red Bull didn't have. McLaren will come on to, again, doing all their aerodynamic sexiness, broadening the operating window, opening out the landscape aerodynamically, within which the last wing bender, Rob Marshall, has to operate. Then they'll come on to, but I'd argue that the bar, if we're doing variances between the MCL38 and the MCL39, is smaller than is the bar between last year's RB20 and this year's RB21, if not just because of that flexi-wing. Flexi-wing. Wow, Lando Norris. Ted Kravitz reminiscing about Lando Norris at McLaren handing out the teas in the Alonso era. Now you've got Paul Aaron at Alpine handing out teas and coffees. Props. Bro, I would glaze you if you had the minerals. ECU, Jake. I definitely don't have the minerals. I've got less minerals than Lando Norris. Not even this year, last year. Yeah, I don't think George's Mugato. Indabal says, and I've been a Red Bull fan since inception. Obs, he will go for it. If he can't, I don't think he'll do it this year. Indapal's going to get techie. Whatever you're smoking, brother, pass it right. Let's go. What, Indapal, of whom are you talking, sir? George. Let's have a gander. Let's have a gander at who Indapal's saying he's got for the... Oh, no. Indapal, are you calling Lando? EC says, what I mean is folks need to stop complaining to Cam about that. Let's have some real debate in 2020 for 100%, Joe. I think Lewis will sit back this year and play mind games with Charles. 2026 will be his year, potentially, mate. Potentially. I mean, I'd love nothing. That would suit me down to the ground. Be an epic season, but I just don't know. I just don't think he's the most like. It's not impossible, but it's very improbable. We talked about it already in the poll. Age, stats, gradient, mountain, Max Verstappen, roads lead through. It's going to be techie. I mean, he could do it. He could do it, but he's got to beat Charles. I mean, if he can't Port Aaron handing out the cakes and the teas to one Teddy K. Got to beat Charles for Pete's sake. It's got to be, Charles. Look. Listen, I've said it before and I'll say it again, right? In the pile, check this out. I will indulge you in your supposition. Here's where I am as far as Sir Lewis Hamilton. Sir Lewis Carl Hamilton. I wish that Sir Lewis had gone to Ferrari even last year, like a couple of years ago, when he was closer to his prime, one might argue, with my PC and tactful cap on, and when Charles Leclerc was further away from his prime. I feel sadly for Sir Lewis that Sir Lewis is further away from his prime in 2025, and Charles Leclerc is closer to his. Charles Leclerc hasn't hit his final form yet. This isn't. Charles Leclerc doesn't. Charles Leclerc is still in the phone booth and he's still got his glasses on. He hasn't put the Superman uniform on just yet, but he's in the throes. He's putting it on. It's present continuous, isn't it, for Charles, on the back of the evidence of last year. Why? Because he's making less mistakes. He's accepted the challenge that we've thrown down to him on the Cameron CC channel, which is to make less errors of the unforced variety. And he spoke to it, didn't he? He said about, Red Bull weren't good at Hungary, were they? That was the trophiest of mechanical troughs for them as far as the understeer. Charles spoke to it. He said that he's dialed it back a bit, that he knows if he's not going to crash, that he needs to, every lap cannot be a qualifying lap, because he'll yeet it into the barrier if indeed that's the modus operandi. You can't do it. There's no driving history apart from maybe Mr. Michael Schumacher. You could go hard every lap and just bang out the quali laps after qualifying lap after qualifying lap. 306 of you watching concurrently. Do me a favour and smash the like. Every little helps. Durable competitive advantage settings. There is milliseconds in there. I want all the lap time this year. All of the lap time. Leaving no stone unturned. All right then. Poll of the team variety. Guys, let me know. I am repeating, and you shouldn't repeat, because history doesn't repeat. Although it does rhyme sometimes. I'm just invested in knowing who's going to win. Who's got the quickest car this year at this very early stage, man? Caveat what I've just put out as a poll. But you guys got to let me know. All right. Let me know who you think, who you've got. 266 in the chat. We're rounding third base, so it's 1 hour. This has been a quick one today. I feel like this has gone quicker. EC says the smartest thing I heard from Lewis this year was when he said, I'm focused on winning my first championship for Ferrari. I think you've bastardized that, EC. I think he said, I'm not focused on my 8th. I'm focused on the first for Ferrari. I think, if I recall correctly, EC, you'll have to fetch at me on that. Although, he also said, sometimes I think Lewis is a bit of not a hypocrite, but he says things that he doesn't mean. As an example, he said all he's focused on, stop practice from Red Bull, without the mechanic who's gone and written a book and retired as a Red Bull bod and is now an ambassador. Gotta be an easy gig, right? I won an ambassadorial role. Let's check out the cheeky practice pit stop from the Bulls that are red. Hang on. Quick, very quick. 2.1, 2.2, I think's very, very quick. Lewis also said, when asked, listen, you've got all these like extracurricular activities and Mission 44 and Project this and all of this stuff going on. Tommy Hilfiger and Lululemon, blah, blah, blah. The CNN interviewer asked him, are you going to still be able to focus on these and focus on winning a championship for Ferrari? Where's your focus at? And Lou said, singularity of focus. I'm absolutely razor focused on winning my first championship with Ferrari. And that sounds fantastic. But then the very next day we get the pictures of Lululemon come out. and we find out that bloody Met Gala is a producer on it this year. So it's like, what the hell? I mean, actions contradicting words. Any? Oh, mad. I'm trying, JD, but I lack the self-discipline, I'll be honest. 1 meal a day, gang. Red Bull's also softened the suspension and worked on the anti-dive, anti-squat in an attempt to widen the operating wing. 1,000%, Woody. I haven't heard a lot of anti-dive, anti-squat talk. I've heard a lot of flexi-wing, particularly the underside of the front flexi-wing for Red Bull. And I've heard a lot about the underfloor, the Venturi tunnels, making efficient, expediting for the clean airflow underneath the car, from which you get anywhere between 60% and 70%. He's struggling, isn't he, Lando? They've done something to the setup of that car. It's almost like they've listened to Lando about rear instability on the quick twisties, and they've dialed it up to 1,000 to try and teach him a lesson. They're struggling today, McLaren. This is the least impressive that I've seen that MCL 3.9 over the past 72 hours. It's not been rear instability. I didn't see. I heard Lando talking about the rear instability, but you couldn't see it today. Though in this morning's sessions with T-minus 1 hour 16 minutes to go, it's been patently obvious. You can't unsee it, right? You can't unsee it. They're all fuel bagging. Maybe, Stephen. That's what I meant. But that mindset is the right one to have. I mean, if it is singularity of focus, then I want to see it. But they've argued that, as have so many for the longest time, and my old mates Justin, Guy, Jerry, they've argued that the thing is with Lewis that he's a once in a lifetime type talent, right? And he's got he performs not because of the distractions in the background, but despite them. Although some have argued that if you take that stuff away from him, that you get yourself a subpar Lewis Hamilton. That he's you can't cage a singing bird in Lewis. You got to leave him to crack on. Ferrari is looking perfect. Are you serious, Umarch? I don't think so. No reliability issues and perfect place relative to the grid. Also, 2 drivers from the top 3 on the grid. Ferrari is going for the big one this season. Let me dissect, if I may, Umarch. So we've been talking about the driver hierarchy issue whilst you're away. If you're talking about the drivers, then you don't want a Lewis and to quote Peter, if you have yourself a shot, then you don't need yourself a Lewis. You need yourself a Rubens Barrichello or a Liam Lawson, or I don't know who are the other an Eddie Irvine. You need yourself a number 2. Did Karan Chanduk just advertise the Golden Arches for free? Product placement. Ever the professional. So yeah, I think that's a tick in the Max Verstappen box, because I mean Liam might do something more. Rear instability at with Lando. Look at that, struggling. It's twitchy. Everyone said that the McLaren was the easiest car to drive. Well, how do you like these apples, F1 aficionados? Car looks twitchy. Maybe they've dialed it up to the outer limits of its operating window just to see. But it didn't look like that. It looks twitchier now than it ever has done. This MCL 3.9. Umanch, I hear you on the Ferrari thing. I'll say about the car. Everybody said that the car is quick, but quickest, I don't think so. Most stable, I don't think so. Lacks the anti-dive and anti-squat that Red Bull and the MCL 3.9. I just think they're a bit stubborn. Reviewing again, I told you guys yesterday that I can't even remember my own name, but as far as F1 things of import, I've got the memory of an elephant. And that pull rod, push rod nonsense that everybody said doesn't matter, Ferrari included, that they said they're going to run roughshod with their current setup, which of course was push rod at the front. That was 12 months ago. Well, now look, 12 months behind the bloody 8 ball, like behind the developmental curve, giving up lap time for free. As soon as you understand what the clever people have in the class as their exam answer, surely just copy it. Why do that? Ferrari, I say all that to say this, I think Ferrari make their life exponentially more difficult than it need be. Should have adapted the pull rod at the front 2 years ago, cha. Adrian, he showed you the way to go. He showed you the line of least resistance, and you lot said you're going to continue barking at the wrong design philosophy tree. You're going to sacrifice all of the sexy aerodynamics that pull rod at the front gives you access to. It's like, well, if you want to, if that's what you're on, if you want to lose time at the altar of stubbornness and being antiquated, if that's your modus operandi, then crack on. And that's why I have concerns about Ferrari, because you don't unlearn. If that's your working culture, you don't unlearn those ways of working overnight. Even if you do get a god tier driver in Sir Lewis and have one of the next ones, the quickest point to point on the grid in a modern day journalese, you can't unwind that. You'll still get them checking, and you'll still see this season moments like, oh, we're going to go strategy B, no C, no D, no E, no F. Like, you'll still get those moments. I don't think you can. I think it will take them some time. I'm being honest. They're not going to just you don't click your fingers and unwind for that legacy of stubbornness and an inefficient, one of the most inefficient working cultures on the grid. Going to be honest. That's the truth. Put it on the internet. 268 of you watching Conconi, do me a favour and smash the like. You guys are legends. Neil says breaking Sonoda splits with manager amid missed. Behave yourself, Neil. Is that true? Anti-dive, anti-squat can make the car more stable and able to run lower. That in turn will mean more downforce everywhere without more extreme 100%. But imagine you combine the two, Woody. Imagine you have not extreme wing settings, but imagine you've got a sexy front wing that flexes to the tune of 15 millimeters at the front and 5 millimeters at the rear of the first 9 races. And then you have god tier anti-dive and anti-squat. That's the tree up which I think McLaren are trying to bark as far as design philosophy. Can you imagine? Well, WTF. Yeah, no, on Ferrari, I'm not keen. But yeah, Uman, you didn't know, did you? Stubbornness. God tier stubbornness. And I'll say this before anybody else does. How long over the past few tenures of team principal at Ferrari, how long do they last if they don't get any silverware? How long? I think Dominic Highly lasted a few years. But on average, I think it's something like 3 years. Arrivaveni didn't last that long. He was gone. I didn't even know that he'd left. He was like on gardening leave straight away. And he was before Bonotto, 3 years ish. I think this is Fred's third year. He could have done with some silverware, you know. He needed that constructors to ease some of the pressure, because the Ferrari pressure in Italy is suffocating. You've heard Rob Smedley saying, listen, if you're winning 2000 to 2004 Michael Schumacher era, then you'll never need to buy a drink in Italy nor a meal. If you're losing, you need to wash your face off when you get in your house, because they will spit on you in the streets. Truth. Rob Smedley's words, not mine. Asking Ferrari to copy others is like yeah, fair. I don't disagree. I hear you. But I mean, bloody Nora, they're just giving it away. Lap time is not free. Just giving it away. T minus 69 minutes on the docket. Let's go. Round third base, and all of a sudden I feel re-energized again. 299 of you in the chat concurrently. Do me a favor and smash the like. 42% of you have got Ferrari. Am I missing something, chat? Am I missing something? 20% of you say Red Bull Racing have the quickest car, or 19. Ferrari, 43%. McLaren, 35. Am I missing something? I think McLaren are third fastest. After McLaren and Red Bull, and you can pick your order depending on who's driving, etc. Because I mean, he's got to blame somebody, eh? He can't blame himself. That would be that wouldn't be very useful if you're an F1 driver. I don't think. We'll get the old glasses on. Me eyes watering. 267 of you watching can currently do me a favour and smash the like. Let's be honest, Ferrari's always been their own worst enemy. When they were great, they had Lauda in the 70s and Schumacher in the 2000s. Two drivers who could grab the team by the scruff. Very well said, Jason. You've nailed that there. To be fair to Fred, Binotto's was pretty ineffectual and Adi Babeni wasn't right for the job either. I mean, you're not right for the job. I think I agree with you. I do agree with you. But how can you be right for the job if 3 years in you've got no silverware? Short-termism runs roughshod over all things F1. 67 minutes left on the docket in this first session, the morning session of the final day of testing at Bahrain. 2025, let us go. Ferrari does look good, bro. What am I not seeing? I'm not sure. Let's have a gander. I need to see. I need a session. It's a shame. Okay, so right. I need a session almost. Bloody Nora Jack. Chill out, mate. Keep it on the black stuff, sir. Please. 313 if you're watching concurrently, do me a favour. Vote on the poll and smash the like. Here's where we are. Here's where I am with Ferrari. I listen to a load of stuff. Easy. And everybody thinks Ferrari, not that they're not last on the grid, but of the big three, that they've looked least impressive. Look, here's what they've got. They've got an engine. Copy. Tick. Perfect. The engine is fantastic. They're fastest potentially in the straight line, but they're still struggling massively with understeer on the low speed, medium duration turns. These aren't my words. These are coming from the boys and girls at the race who were there looking at turn 10 and seeing the challenges of the cars and their balance respectively. I don't think they look good, but not. This is a zero-sum game, right? Theory of relativity. Do they look better than Red Bull in the hands of Max Verstappen? In my own, and that's not what I'm seeing. Maybe you guys are right and I'm wrong, but they look better than McLaren. Can they access that pace with the ease that Lando's been doing when he comes out and just puts in a purple sector for gusto almost? I would argue not. Chat, I think the order is this. I think for the championship, drivers, I think for the constructors, McLaren potentially, because I think they've got the quickest car and potentially the best lineup. But for the drivers, inject Max Verstappen into my veins every time. I also think they're really stable, tick short. I don't know. I'm not seeing it. I think they're sacrificed on the anti-squat, anti-dive. That favours Lewis because he'll be able to leverage his godtier internal gyroscope more. You know what I mean? Because he'll have more give in the handling dynamic into the braking zone, which Lewis Hamilton needs. But saying that, I don't know. Is that the line of least resistance in a ground effect era? The last year of this rule and regs. I just let's see. Ferrari, oldest truism in F1 history. You need a Michael, maybe you need a Lewis to bang some heads and kiss some babies and shake some hands. Maybe Lewis has inspired them. Maybe, but we'll see. And then you got to remember, right, that Red Bull have got another sexy front wing coming now, soon, that they're about to put on. Oh no, Max is about to don it now. They're going to put this front wing on that's not adjoined to the foundational plane. Sorry, the new nose that's not adjoined to the foundational plane of the nose. The wing, sorry. Mix up your misnomers, Cameron. What's your problem? There you go, new front nose. Oh wow. Gap between. Oh wow. You see what I'm seeing, chat? New front nose. They've gone back to the original one, right, of 2 years ago, where there's a gap between the nose and the bottom plane of the wing. Oh, the humanity. With a view to optimize for the flow underneath the Venturi tunnels, the car down to the wing beam eta. This is techie, but put the wing in. Let's see how we go. They've got two different wings, testing both of them, eh? Do not hate that. Bloody Nora. I definitely don't hate that, chat. I don't hate it. 289 of you watching in the chat, do me a favour and smash the like, por favor. I'm not looking to leave. I don't want to leave any time on track. I don't. 145 votes. You guys still think Ferrari? 37% say McLaren. We'll see, chat. We'll see. Maybe you're right. My crystal ball is as murky as the next person's, but I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh gosh, look at the understeer on that Lando Norris car. Excuse me. Look at the understeer on that Lando Norris car, eh? Blimey. Boom, 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 boom. $9.3. I would like to get that up to. I apologise. I'm just trying to check for something here. Value add. Karan Chanduk, legend, regurgitating Mark Hughes' work. He clearly reads the race and listens to their podcast. Mark Hughes did the simulation, 51 laps, and said that the gap would be about 12 seconds yesterday between McLaren of Lando Norris and then Charles Leclerc. This is why I'm doubting you guys, because Mark Hughes has already done the work right for this. He looked at the long runs yesterday, and Mark Hughes, legend of the game, again, goatiest, some would say. Not all F1 journos are created equally, but some are created more equal than others. Mark Hughes said that he simulated. He had a very lucky circumstance yesterday where they were all doing. You could simulate for the race across all of their long runs, meaning that except for one thing, Lando's final stint, if we're seeing a two-stopper and a 51 lap race, if you normalise for the final stint of Lando and assume that they're on the same time, or at least there's not much difference, Mark Hughes says that Lando Norris would have finished a 51 lap race at Bahrain 12 seconds in front of Charles Leclerc. 12 seconds? What are they talking about? 3/10 per lap? Yeah, well, 2/10, says Mark Hughes. What are they talking about? But they were on. Karun, state the obvious, chap, that the final stint of Lando was different to Merck and Ferrari. Just get on my nerves. I can't even do it. Put on my glasses. Are my eyes going on chaotic, Kenny? Shall I put them on? I feel all right. I don't feel like my eyes are crossed just yet. No, I'm all right, Kenny. I appreciate your concern, mate, but no, I'm all right. I'm all right, Kimmy. Maybe I'll put them on anyway. No, I'm good for now. As soon as my eyes start to cross, I'll put my glasses on. I'm not precious. I think it's just because they've got bright lights here so that you can see me in pleno color. Speculate. 100% Darwin. 100%. But Mark Hughes isn't bad. He's not as forensic F1 accountants come. He's one of the best. If he reckons 12 seconds over the course of a 51 lap race, then that's what I think. Deep breath. Oh, dear. Too much dirty air in this room. Do you know what I mean? 304 of you in the chat can currently do me a favour and smash the like. We are rounding third base. T-minus 59 minutes, the home straight. Umanch Ocamp, please don't talk about putting Max in some other car. Let the grid race on equal fair grounds, mate. I don't know what you mean. Did I say put in a... Oh, is in Max to Aston Martin? Wow. Umanch, that might be a conversation that... I think the likelihood of that happening is less now. That it looks like Red Bull have a car using which Max Verstappen can compete for a championship in 2002. The problem was he didn't know whether they were going to build the car right, And now it looks like they've built a championship winning, capable at least of fighting for a championship. And that will make a difference. I think that will appease some of the £1 billion contract rumours for now. I thought they might help your tired. I know you're a legend, Kimmy. I think when it will happen in the afternoon session. Oh gosh, the humanity. Another 4 hours, and all of a sudden my eyes will start to like cross. It's great. They're doing it a little bit actually at the moment. I can feel it. But no, I appreciate your concern, Kimmy. I'll drop them, and I got them over here. I'll put them on if. No, I mean, don't put Max in that Ferrari. I can't see. I'll read it out in a minute. I promise. 278 if you're watching. Crofty's unbearable, and I'm not a big fan. Look at them in the Monday Night Football studio. What's going on? Are you gonna throw to the studio? And they're such numpties. No, I mean, don't put Max in that fast as Fudge Ferrari. It will be. I don't think it's that fast, too much. I don't think it's that fast, too much. I think you guys have got it wrong. I think you guys have it wrong. Honestly, everything that I'm seeing and hearing in real time. Which rookie is impressing you the most thus far? Antonelli's looked good and quick, and has kept it out of the barrier critically. So I'd go for Kimmy. Hang in there, mate. Get up soon and get my daughters ready for school. EC, you're a legend. Oh my gosh, is it that 10 o'clock? Hang in there for you for a bit. I'm all right. I don't feel. I think it's because I'm drinking this. Let me drink some more ginger tea. I need to munch on the ginger as well. If you drink ginger tea, apparently that gives you energy. Apparently, more than Red Bull and healthier. 285 of you watching concurrently as we round ourselves a base of the third variety. 55 minutes on the docket remaining. Charles Leclerc currently purple. Pit stop practice, says Bernie Collins. I don't want to see any pit stop practice. I want to see Max Verstappen and Lando Norris put on a qualifying session. Antonelli's doing well, doing good. But Bartoletto in that car, yeah. Good for your gut also, Max. Good shout. I need to drink more ginger and eat more ginger. Lando almost crashed. Still rookie mistake. No, you gotta. I mean, we're turning a blind eye for now, aren't we? As far as mistakes, since it was Lewis's lot in the first session of this 3-day testing period. So too, it was Lando's Charles yesterday, and now Lando today. If there is any time when it's excusable to make errors of the unforced variety, have some cheeky offs, then this would be that. Just Mike from NYC, 5 a.m. Oh, the humanity. The levels of dedication. We're going to have to endure, aren't we? The first few races. So Suzuka is going to be chaos. That's race 3. Australia is going to be 4 a.m. for us. I may as well just crack on. Tony Midwest, 4 a.m. You guys are, honestly, the levels of dedication, I'm telling you. Do me a favour though whilst you're here. If you haven't already, please smash the like. Up from 6:30 a.m. Getting it on. Talking all things F1 on this, the final day, the morning session of testing 2025 Bahrain. Red Bull already tested new parts. So too, Pedro, our McLaren. Lest we forget, McLaren still have something that they haven't unleashed that nobody's gotten a photo of. According to team CEO Zach Browninho, changed my mind. Oscar has good minerals that Norris does not. Faster through the quick ones. Umanch, this is Zach Brown talking again. That's the key durable competitive advantage that Oscar Jack Piastri has over his old mate Lando Norris. What's your hot take this session? Kimi Antonelli has been MVP, I think. And that we've seen, I know Lando talked about the rear instability through twisties, but I hadn't seen it. We've seen it today for the first time. Let's have a look at this Lando Norris lap. Is he going for it? He looks like he's pushing. Yellows from Lando. You can see him. Look at him. Is that another off from Lando? I know he's pushing. That's the caveat. But Born R says, hello, sir. How come you're so well spoken? What is your profession, education? Level. You seem so arrogant to me at first, but got deep under my skin in the meantime. You're the best. Why no TV? Oh, Borna, you're a legend. I appreciate you. So in the first instance, I think I gravitate to people who are good at their role, competence, meshed with humility, and conversely, I recoil from those who are arrogance manifest. I think I'm allergic to it. It makes me itch. So born, I try and live my life in that image. I want to be as good as possible, but I don't ever want, if you guys, I don't want to be arrogance like kayfabe. Faux arrogance is different, right? But not, I can't think I'm the biggest and the baddest and the best. I think that's because I dislike, hatred is a strong word, right? But I really dislike those people. Education wise, I just had some really good English teachers, is the honest truth. Some like almost fastidious English teachers who were all, Mr. Gurney, bless him, was at King Edward. I went to a grammar school and they were quite finicky about language and subordinate clauses and subject topic and verb conjugation. I did Spanish at university as well, and that helped, and phonetics, and it's got this weird upset. My dad, to be fair, bless him, Cameron Senior, was very always very finicky with being very precise with your language, and I think a lot of my linguistic gifts, if indeed I have any, come from that. So twofold there. In summary, it's Cameron Senior who had me reading broadsheets. C. Paul, let's go. C. Paul, legend. Is my dad who had me. I was reading the FT and Observer long before, even I think before I was at school. So when I was 4 or 5, and looking at words in a dictionary with you to expand my vocab. So my dad's always been Cameron Senior. Cameron Senior in a good grammar school. Still got a long way to go though, is the honest truth. My vocab is a bit stale, gathering dust. I still need to expand it. Secret blue blood. Don't know about all that. I don't even know what that means. Sounds like oh my gosh. Kimmy Antonelli. Sexy lunges. Very racy is Kimmy, eh? 308 if you're watching concurrently. Do me a favour, special like. So did you pay for school or did you get a grant? No, over here we grammar school is free. So private schools. There are, the joke is there's grammar schools. So I took a few different 11 pluses at 10, and I nailed all of them. I want to say I passed 4 of 5. But I passed 5, but the 5th one was a bit like one of the biggest schools in the country at the time. The best school called King Edward's Edgbaston for boys. And I didn't get a scholarship. The hope was that I could get a full scholarship. I think I got a 3/8 scholarship or something. The hope was that I could get a full scholarship and go to that school, so I wasn't good enough on that camp, but I passed all the other tests. Luke Thomas, let's go, Spencer. High praise. Luke is one of my favourites. I'll tell you that. I love myself a bit of Luke Thomas. Although the problem for me as far as Luke's concerned, why does my screen look like that? The problem for me as far as Luke's concerned is that he lacks in the humility category, doesn't he? He's not the most humble of chaps, Luke. He I don't know what it is with Luke. He's brilliant. I mean, he's so well read. If you like podcasts and you like people being precise with their lingo, there's not too much better than Luke. But you see him arguing with BC every time. It's chaos. You want to expand your verbiage, try the Urban Dictionary. Let's go, Cameron. Let's go, Joe. Let's go, Brandon. Cam, learn to talk proper in it. I've got a bit of both, Max. I can put on my Urban Dictionary hat if needed. A bit of a calm, bruv. Although I'm distanced from that though. Too old. Morning, Genie. Better late than never. You muted yourself. No. I hope I'm not muted, Jeannie. Jeannie, I think we need to get Jeannie a new setup. You know, there's something it causes you issues. I think everybody else can hear me, Jeannie. I hope I haven't muted. Cameron, did you see how much Merck's rear wing was flexing? Somebody told me about that. Let me have a look at it now. 320 of you watching concurrently, do me a favour and smash a like as we have T-minus 47 minutes to the conclusion of this session. Miss RS back in the house, Benzie in the house, rocket powered Moorhawk, the GOAT. He's not bad, is he, rocket powered? I want to talk about him disparagingly since he's the market leader of independent F1 content creators, but he's not bad. He's got his own stick and he could post a bit more regularly if I'm going to critique, but he's quite good. Let's go, Benzie. Genie, I think that's an issue your end. Red flag settings, 46 minute on the docket. 293 of you in the chat can currently do me a favour and smash the like. You guys are legends. This fan channel called Cameron CC is a channel built upon your shoulders. Who spilled their drink on the track? There are no weddings here, so why are we sprinkling confetti on the track? What are we doing? This is really unprofessional, you know. Get on the track and sweep it up then. Glass on the track. What are we doing here? More regularly has been AWOL. Yeah, 100%. But I mean, he can do it, right? Because he's the market leader. When he posts back, he won't have lost any momentum. Bless him, rocket powered. He's got his own stick. Love to have him on the channel with his unhinged self, but I don't think he'd ever do it. The only problem with rocket powered is that he uploads one in 4. I think he's taken some time. He'll be back to uploading regularly in the season proper. Unhinged as he is. Window exploded, maybe. Perhaps. $300 of you watching concurrently. Listen, for the avoidance of that, we'll be back. Red flag circumstance. Housekeeping. We will be back. Do me a favour, first and foremost. If you haven't smashed like, smash the like. Shout out to the new Elated Peddlers supporting the channel. If you want to support the channel, the incentives are as follows. You get yourself some cheeky emojis in the chat. I will defer and give you guys priority when you have your name in a colour. A sexy colour as Benzie, Living on the Edge, Genie, moderators, Jason, Elated Peddlers. Do you know what I mean? I will have to give those guys preference as I respond. I try and respond to all of them, but it's logistically impossible sometimes. Also, you'll get newsletter and access to the Discord, using which we try to continue the conversation. Oh wow, you can look at me, you can see I'm watching Law VS on the old Law VS, the legend. And you know what, like if we're talking about humility, Law VS, one of the great ones. I doubt he'll be watching this, but we do need more emojis. I'll get it sorted, bro, at some point. Cam plus RPM plus Tactical Rab, the collab we all need. I need to do more with Tactical. Shout out to Tactical, Aaron, absolute legend, one of the go-toest ones, a very humble a guy. Proper. Shout out to Law VS, 100k, absolutely well deserved. One of the hardest working F1 content creators of the game, and not a second too soon. Well deserved, 100k. We'll get there in the end, hopefully at some point this year. Why the red flag, says Benzie? Because we've got glass on the track. We had a power outage yesterday. I mean, it couldn't be a testing session at Bahrain without some sort of like infrastructural problems there. Power outage and then bloody glass on the track. What are we doing? 289 of you in the chat. Do me a favour, smash the like. Should be up the ladder. That would be incredible, Max. Imagine, but I couldn't. It'd be weird. I feel like I'd be breaking the space-time continuum. Wouldn't be right for me to be on the ladder with Law. I have a 1-year-old daughter, and when she hears the sound of an F1 car, she starts dancing. So we have a new F1 fan. Owen, do you see what the imagine if it were V8s or V10s? Hooked for life. Hooked for life. Yeah, good game. No, absolutely love VS on 100k. Proper. Good lad. What kind of douchebag? tosses. Is that a swear word, Scroopy? What kind of noob? I didn't know that. Oh, Mario Zola. I've got no time for that dude. The man cracks me up, love. Yes, he's a good content creator. Listen, if you see them on the channel, they are good dudes. They are good dudes. I think that umbrella broke the window. What's going on? We'll go Law VS on your podcast. He'll be on again, but you got to be conscious, Max. Like when Law's, check out Law's Law and Tactical, their upload schedule. For as near as makes no difference, the past 3 years, every single day. Where do they get time from? Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to do every single day, twice a day now. But I mean, we've been going for 12 months. The length and breadth of that, I mean, it's worthy of note, right? That's why those guys are killing it. So as much as I'd have, I mean, Law, open invitation to Law and Tactical. Like they can come on the channel anytime they're ready, but you don't want to, it is absolutely insane, Max. That's why they're the market leaders. And I'm trying to do something similar over on here. But I mean, let's talk in 24 months' time, right? To see if I can keep up the bloody schedule. You guys see my eyes watering and me struggling. I mean, they're the goats. I'm looking to get in their slipstream. Yeah, no, open invitation. I'll maybe get Tactical on. Tactical wants to do more collabs, did he? I mean, I'll message Law. He can jump on any time he wants. He's a good dude, and he's good in podcast form as well. He's good. I think Tactical has a clone of himself, like in the Prestige. Tactical. Go on, let's talk about Tactical. Let me tell you how god tier Tactical is. 3 channels. What? Daily content across 3 channels. And daily good content. Don't know how he does it. Unbelievable. I always feel a bit guilty watching other peddlers' pods. Yours was that. You're a legend, Genie. I appreciate that. But I mean, good content. The reason why you got to do that, Genie, is because there's not enough F1 content, right? I can't meet the quota in and of me own. Actress who played Susie Glass on The Gentleman played a journo. I haven't seen it. Is it good, Benzie? I've heard mixed reviews. No ways the guy can work that hard alone. No, he can. It's his full-time gig, Tactical, but he gets it in. He doesn't mess about. Yeah, not before time, Miss RS. He's a good one. He's a good egg, is though. At least there are no rockets coming in the background. Cam, there is enough Formula 1 content in the off season, but that is soon. I'll wait to read that. And there's not enough F1 content in the off season, but that is soon to be over. All Scroopy, and then it's going to get all sorts of congested again, isn't it? When everybody dusts off their podcast bikes. Yeah. In the off season, I should do MMA. The problem with MMA, Scroopy, is that it happens at the wrong time. And if I'm doing it, I want to go full send, which would mean me waking or staying up till 1 a.m. most weekends and going through to 5 a.m. There's a dude that does it. Shout out to MMA Guru, almost like an equivalent of Rocket Powered combined with Tactical. He streams all the events and he goes hard every single time. So MMA Guru's the goat of the MMA space, and I don't think I'll be able to do it as good as him. By the time you wake up after this, Cam, it'll be first. But it's not even a joke, Paul. It's not even a game. You kid, but there are serious undertones. T minus 39 minutes. Let's go. The ginger. I need to get some more ginger on the go. The ginger has held me down, like properly. Ginger tea for the winner. NBA. Yeah, the leak of it was quite good, wasn't it? I mean, same thing with NBA. Sadly, I just don't think I'll be able to give it 100% because the time of the bloody. I don't. You've got to commit to it, man. You got to go full send if you're going to become a market leader, as I intend to one day when I grow up. And if I'm going to do that, then that means watching all the bloody big games and streaming them. And Benz, are you talking about the? Remember, there's Are you talking about the Senna film? I always think with MMA Guru is humongous, Scroopy. Humongous, the market leader, always beefing with Ariel. I think Ariel secretly's got a bit of a man crush on Guru. Ariel's trying to do what Guru has done. Tactical rab speeds through the guy. He's gifted. All right, guys. he's not bad, is Aaron. Shout out to the chap. He's market leading. Yeah, no, MMA Guru's deep in the game. I've heard on the grapevine though that we're now, not to take off my humility cap for a second, but I think some of the drivers and teams watch our content. Some of that, they'll be aware of Lando Norris and Modern Day Jean, and they'll be aware that the drivers watch content on YouTube. I haven't got confirmation. And the teams watch. I know that some of the teams will watch in the garage. Some of you guys have reached out to me to tell me. It happens, and it will happen more and more. It will become part of the zeitgeist. With time and with a bit of hard work, track clear, T minus 36 minutes and 35 seconds, another red flag quad bike on track. WTF, says Stephen. Yeah, so I heard about a series, Benzie. I thought that's what you were talking about. I think for Senna, you're just not going to do it better than the film, right? The Manash Pandey produced films. Pandey? I can't remember the name. I apologise, I butchered it. You're a legend, bro. I appreciate you for saying that. A little bit different. One day when I grow up, hopefully I'll be as good as... I am different to Tactical, to be fair. We make different pieces. But he's nothing to be sniffed at. Can you make me want to bring out my Vix? Do it, Miss RS. You can tell I'm rounding third base, Miss RS, because I nearly called you MSRS again. And Gian. Can you imagine Genie? What am I on about? Annunciation Central, or lack thereof. Omnishambles. Much Jody said. Smash glass. Yeah, I mean it's ridiculous, bro. I appreciate the kind words, by the way. One day when I grow up, hopefully, can be as good a content creator as the people of whom you speak. Morning, Johnny. How you doing? Been lurking in the background all the while getting stuff done at the same time. Do you think we're going to see some hard pushing laps this session? Maybe why science topped that. Yeah, nobody else is pushing apart from Lando Norris in the one sector, eh? And that wasn't a sustained. He just went out there to show people. Hopefully, I think we'll get proper full of it smell. That's why my eyes are just spirit under my eyes. You know, I'll tell you a story. Some people in Jamaica drink Fix. Not like they mix it in as if it's honey and lemon. I swear to you, you should not do that. By the way, that is not. Don't try that at home. Then Law versus Tactical. You're a legend, Max. I appreciate you trying to add some like feeling into it. You know what I mean? For grown-ups and I don't know. I just feel like F1 has a tendency. Purple. F1 has a tendency of being a bit lacking in passion sometimes. And I want to bring that back in. Oh, there you go, Lando Norris. 29.2. Orlando Order is at the moment. Look at him, he's onto it. Darwin Live, I appreciate that. You can drink Vicks. Mate, I heard it can kill you. It's not supposed... It says on the bloody instructions that you're not supposed to ingest it, Screefy. Yeah. P1. P1 for the energy. Yeah, they're good dudes. I don't... I mean, they're the market leader now. I can't hate on them, although I would like to. Oh, yellow sector, but still green overall. He's struggling in sector 2, isn't he?
Exactly, Max. I want to. Oh, he's lost it. Rare instability in perpetuity and ad infinitum from Lando. So he's gone green, and then he tried to complete the lap and failed. Oh, the humanity. Houston, McLaren, we have a problem. Ethan S Gaming. Antonelli looks handy. Bartoletto is more. I think with Bartoletto and Antonelli, we're going to see like a Senna Prost type approach. Senna being Kimi Antonelli, Mr. Fast and Furious. And then Bartoletto is your equivalent to Prost. That's the way that he'll win his races. Mr. Consistent. Become a points accumulator of a driver. 32 minutes remaining this session. 272 of you loyal, faithful chats us. What's the Rizmeter saying? Lando's Rizmeter. If you go back and watch Chicken Shop, the rate that, listen, you'd expect Lando to be a proper ladies' man, right? And I'm sure he doesn't do too badly on that front with his hundreds of millions in the bank. However, that being said, I think I watched Chicken. There's a YouTube channel called the Chicken Shop or Chicken Shop Date with Emily somebody or other, and she behaves in a way that's awkward and whatever. And Lando went on there, and he was more awkward than her, and her awkwardness is a shtick. It's like he couldn't even talk to her. He wasn't good. So that's what I personally, I know other people have made videos saying Lando knows, but that's why I call it Ladies Love Lando. But Lando seems to be afraid of the Sheilas. It's creepy. He just hasn't got the. He's a bit shy. I think I'm overcomplicating it. I think Lando knows he's back in action. I still want to use the Lando. I'm gonna leave my door open, hanging in there, Stephen. Hanging in there, just about the older. It's all about the attitude. I agree with you, Ollie. I think the ginger has helped me. It needs to be fun, Ollie. I agree with you. It's got to be a bit of a prefer. You know, they always say if you're going to try and do something, you want to be the best in class, but you want to understand who your influences are. And since we're T-1 is 30 minutes and 21 seconds, I will tell you my influences right here, right now. If you guys are MMA fans, there's a bit of Chael Sonnen in there, kayfabe, a bit of performative stuff. There's a bit of Ariel in there. Who's the upper echelons? Lando, no berries. There's a bit of Ariel in there in the way that I interview Kim does Women of the. I know. Yeah, he does do Women of the Paddock series, which is clever. Kim's not a bad. I've got to rate Kim as well. Shout out to Kim Illman. I'll have to get him on the channel once we get big enough. So my influences, Luke Thomas, we spoke about already for the verbiage and the linguistic gymnastics and the have we got a Maximilian Verstappen on a charge? Let's have a gander. He's on and out while he's on and out or doing a race simulation. So it's Luke Thomas for his verbiage. It's Ariel for the way in which he asks the questions. I learn a lot from him. And his delivery, he's understand. I tell you what I want to get from Ariel. Ariel Hawani is an MMA journo who knows that in 1996 it was UFC 107 and on the main, like it's his knowledge. He has like an encyclopedic knowledge. Yeah, Kim Millman's decent. So I want to get that from him. I want to know the most about. So as far as, I don't know, pick a date. You guys pick a date since 1950. Let's see if I can remember the champion that year. I want to have that encyclopedic knowledge. Because Ariel does that really, really well. Who else is there in there? Sorry, my missus is hoovering in the back, and you might be able to hear her. Apologies. Dan Hardy's not bad, but disappeared. I mean, he needs to keep that UFC gig if he wanted to remain in the limelight and prominent. But he confronted Herb Dean, didn't he? He got a bit too big for his boots. 1973. It's a tough one, that. 1973. So this is Jackie Stewart era. Stewart in 69. Someone else in 70. Stewart in 71. Someone Stewart, I think. Oh my God, you guys are smashing me. 69. Oh my head, it's too early in the morning for this. Right, let me write it down. 68. I think 69. 69 I think was Stewart. 69. 813. 70. 71. 73 I think Stewart won his last one. Honey and Eucalyptus. Did I get it right, chap? Is Stewart 69 and 73? Denny Holm wasn't 69. I think wasn't Denny 67. See, this is why I need to go away and practice. This is why I need to go away and practice. I think I got 73 and 69 right at least. I am checking. Karun trying to lure Crofty into a cheeky debate. And Crofty wasn't having it, as if he had better things to do. There we go. Jackie in 69 and 73. Nailed it. Let's go. Oi, oi, Pope San Miguel, a.k.a. McLaren F1 race. Let's go. Yeah, 69. So I want to be able to just go through that. I'd love to be able to tell you in 69, Stewart went in. I don't know what the car was. But I just want that encyclopedic knowledge, because why else are people going to come to the channel if you haven't got some sort of knowledge to impart? Like, it's got to be knowledgeable and fun and kayfabe and Chael Sonnen and as wordy as Luke Thomas and as engaging as, I don't know, a Goldbridge or like, do you know what I mean? It's got to be a bit of everything, because that's what I enjoy watching. I think you guys get your kicks from that too. So my mate's girlfriend is going out with Kimmy's son. Wow. Really? I try and set you up. You're a legend. That would be incredible. Yeah, keep me up to date, Adrian. That would be proper. Sounds nice, would it? Oh, and Red Bull isn't showing full pace now. Oh, shoot. I thought I was missing it. Brooks goes Ferrari. Oh, wow. Everybody's saying Ferrari quickest. What's going on here? What am I missing? Everybody's saying Ferrari. Quickest car. I'm trusting my own gut. Trust your own perspective. Someone asked, why aren't you on Sky? Not for me, being honest. Looking to build my own platform. Ownership is key. And that's why Ariel Hawani of MMA has just gone back to that. No longer working for any. Print a chart and hang it on the wall for your audience. You'll soon learn them by heart. I know, Kimmy. I'm gonna get. So no. I think I know the drivers by year, but I don't know the teams. That's the next one, and then I'm gonna start to learn. Like the individual races. Hungary. This is what happened 2024. You needed glasses. You see. So you guys, everybody's convinced that Ferrari are the quickest now. Let's have a look at the vote. 39% of you are now saying that McLaren, but Ferrari are getting more riz than I'm giving them credit for. They have style and passion and good knowledge. Background is warm, comfortable, plus passion. I appreciate that. That's massive. I appreciate that, Max. Boat sport, MMA, and more. I think they're talking about driver pairings. All right, but then all right, good. Because I don't get I don't see. I don't know. Drinking from the cup of opium. Hashtag 44. Team LH. How old is Sir Jackie? 100 years old? No, he's not that old. He looks and seems. Yeah, he's a good lad. Mr. Windsor speaks very highly of Jackie Stewart. And his campaign to try and rid so many a health foible that will touch so many of us. In dementia and Alzheimer's, because his missus suffers from it. Worthy calls that. 289. Well, Leclerc is at the top. Maybe that's why we're all saying it. Kimmy, I know, but you've got to trust but verify. Nuance to that, right? Who else has gone quick? Because neither Lando. I think, excuse me. I think Lando and or Max Verstappen will go quick towards the end. What are they talking about on the broadcast? Tell you who's got 0 risk. Sky F1. Max Slays. Oh my gosh, it's going to be so difficult to beat. I'm telling you. It is going to get techier than techie things. Techie. Ferrari, the biggest sandbag. And maybe. Don't trust him. Right, let's go. I think I need to get something. Most teams that shows. Well, I agree with you. Woolung. Woolung Abba. Great name. Absolutely sterling name. 304 of you watching Kakori. Do me a favour and smash the like as we round third base. It's going to get techie. We'll be back. I want to say, are we going to be back 30 minutes? No, we're going to be back 15 minutes before the afternoon session. I thought I'd be flagging today, but I'm not. I think drink ginger tea. And by ginger tea, I'm talking about ginger water. Incredible. Sorted me out. I was always told that it was an energy boost, but it's got me through. Put the Red Bull in the bin, Cameron, and just drink ginger tea. 263 of you watching Kakuri, do me a favour and smash a like. We are T-minus 21 minutes as we round third base. A bit of an uneventful testing session, if you ask me. It's simmered, it's crackled, but it hasn't quite popped. Charles Leclerc still has the whip hand on a purple lap of 130.811. Shortly thereafter, you've got Kimi on a 130.8. Norris, Verstappen, Jack Doohan, Albon, Hadjar of the ESAP variety, Fernando Alonso, who I've seen nothing from all session, Bartoletto, and then you've got Behrman. I just want to see the end. I want to see the final hour. I'd hoped desperately, probably foolishly. But I know I am on my fifth wind. Joe, do you imagine? What's going on? So Cam, thoughts on today's testing? Not a lot to read. Okay, so look, I think the headline for me is as follows. Kimi Antonelli missed the highest minimum speed. You'll recall Italian Grand Prix last year, Monza, FP1, his home track. He was quicker through some of them turns in FP1, notwithstanding the fact that he yeeted it into the barrier on the final turn, Parabolica. But he was still quickest through on them red labelled soft compound tyres early on in the session than some of those drivers were, even if you account for the fact that the track had been evolving all that session. That is chaos. An F2 driver, you've seen something similar, right? He's a quick, twisty merchant. Medium duration, high speed turns, defer to Kimi Antonelli. I think around the Spa as an example, he could cause King George of Kings Lynn, Norfolk some problems. Vinny, you're a legend. Welcome to the gang. If you want to get yourself some elite peddlering, join the members club. Then you'll get yourself access to the Discord. Vinny, get over to the community tab and you'll see access to the Discord. So too, you get preferential treatment in the chat because I can't sadly answer all of the questions and respond to all of the comments. And also, you will get yourself access to some sexy emojis. The portfolio of which I need to expand apparently because they're old and gathering dust. It's going to be techie the last 2 hours in it. I know, Geo22. Oh my goodness, I can't wait. I figured he'd get. Oh, look at this. What's Albon doing? Albon's trying to get a bit techie, than techie things. I just wonder how quick Red Bull really are. Me too, Mark. But you saw Mark. Go on then. Let's delve into our data archives, the database. You saw. There's two things that I think is worthy of note here. Comparing Red Bull. Red Bull, in the hands of Max Verstappen on day one, Red Bull were quick Of the top 14, Red Bull were the only ones on the C2 tyres. The rest were on C3 now. And Max, for the longest time in that afternoon session, was like, he wasn't far away. He's like 2/10, 3/10 away on those C2 compound tyres. Chaos. Oh, Crofty's saying that Yuki Tsunoda will be departing from Red Bull imminently. Fair play. Will be gone soon. Chamomile and honey, says Miss Horace. I don't hate that. Well played, Vinny. Vinny, you're a legend. Sorry, the takeaways, Kayla. All right, look. So I think the big two takeaways from this session in particular, if we're going to be specific, answer the question, Cameron, and stop beating around the bush. Kimi Antonelli, very, very quick, could cause George Russell problems around a track that's very, very quick. Let's say quick, I'm meaning like quick, high speed, low duration turns, maggots, Beckett's. He'll do well around there. Kimi Antonelli will go well around pretty much the same tracks that Lewis goes well around. Canada, Silverstone, Spa. Although Lewis isn't a Spa specialist necessarily. But Kimi Antonelli will go well around there because he's quick, although a little bit error prone. The other thing, we heard Lando Norris talking yesterday as a takeaway. We heard him talking about instability at the rear. Mercedes W15 settings. That's what Lewis has been talking about, right? We see it today. This is the first time that I'm seeing it in abundance. Lando's been struggling all session, notwithstanding the team tinkering with setups. With instability at the rear, the car looks snappy. Maybe they've dialed it up. Maybe they're on the outer limits of that broader now operating window. But you just ain't no telling now. Ain't no telling. 285 if you're watching Coca-Cola, do me a favour and smash the like. Not looking to leave any lap time in the content creation space on the table. Not this year, not ever. No chance. No chance. No way. Jose. Secabo. Rounding third base. T-minus 15 minutes on the diary. On the calendar. Force Cameron. What are you talking about, mate? Max feeding back to Christian Horner. I think there's still issues, not issues, but I think Max still isn't happy. Or as happy as he's going to get with the car. Understeer, sort out the wing, put the new front one on and let's go for it. Huh? Why not? Three, 5 of you watching concurrently. I'll summarise again in a couple of seconds. You guys are legends, and I'm grateful genuinely. And I'll keep saying it, and I sound like I'm flogging a dead donkey, but I need to, because I am genuinely grateful for you guys. The channel is nothing without. This is a fan channel in essence. I don't like the terminology. But this channel is nothing without you guys joining and backing and forth in arguing, calling me out on my ball feathers each and every single time. Genuinely, it means the world to me. And I mean, Triple C is the name above the door, but this channel is nothing without the hard work and industry that you guys put in each and every single bloody stream, for Pete's sake. I don't hate that. We're back. We'll go 15 minutes before. 15 minutes before, so we'll take a 45-minute break and then I'll turn up again 15 minutes before the next session. Housekeeping, important for me to say that. But yeah, your takeaways, if you're just joining, 313 of you watching concurrently, your takeaways are twofold from this. Kimi Antonelli is nothing to be played with. Yeah, he'll make a mistake. He'll yeet it into the barrier FP1 last year at Parabolica, his home track, by the way, and that matters. But if you're judging these rookies, these youngsters, you judge them not necessarily on their consistency or their race IQ, ability to manage for strategy in real time. You judge them on how bright their flame will burn at any one particular time. If you're watching F1 through the lens of the upper echelons of potential, and that's what it is, right? I spoke yesterday about Ollie Berman overtaking Kimi Antonelli round the outside of Monaco last year. Maiden voyage in F2 for Kimi Antonelli, the Italian. We spoke about that. That's not a good image. Nobody, if you're goated, if you're, say, a young Ayrton Senna or a Michael Schumacher in his pump, or a Lewis or a Max, do you think even one of those aforementioned are ever gonna let you overtake them round the outside? You are having a giraffe, absolutely zero chance. Why? Because going around the outside, you need to cover more distance, and so be going at a much greater speed. Max Verstappen's told you recently that you will never overtake me around the outside, and it concerned me seeing it then, and still concerns me now, that Kimi Antonelli allowed for one Ollie Behrman, his peer, to overtake him around the outside at Monaco. No less, the track around which he shouldn't be able to overtake, let alone around the outside. That being said, we've seen a multitude of green shoots around Kimi Antonelli as far as his speed, and today's no exception. Look at that. Top of the timing sheet says nearest makes no difference, matching Charles Leclerc, who, by the way, isn't a slow driver. I will say, though, context is key, and this is testing. It is hard to draw any definitive conclusions, is it not, around testing? For why? Well, because variables change. They are different. We're not comparing apples and apples. As somebody who puts together forecasts and budgets for a bloody living, there are some assumptions, base level ones, that you've got to make. What fuel load are they on? How heavy, therefore, is the car? Unless you can make those assumptions and normalise for them, then you're comparing apples and oranges, and you're hiding to nothing. If indeed you want to know which one of these teams and or drivers is quickest going into the first race in Australia in a couple of weeks' time, so too, what programme are they running? Are they on a hot lap? Is this a glory run? Or are they doing a race simulation? Ergo, they're running a much heavier car and their setup will be different. You won't know. In absolute terms, pace, the first proper vista that we'll get will be in Australia, not even in Q1 and Q2 necessarily. I think it'll be Q3. That's when you'll see the metal, like what these guys have properly. So too, second topic that's worthy of mention summarily. Have we seen the final iteration of these cars? You saw, okay, Christian Horner, as far as the Red Bull's concerned, said, yeah, this is the car. We're not holding any cards back. We're not hiding our lights under a bushel. That's what Christian Horner said. Many F1 aficionados and journalists in attendance, accredited ones, said they're not buying what Christian Horner is selling, that there's no way that they could develop so much, because remember, the car last year wasn't a great one, particularly in the second half of the season. It was good in terms of its absolute downforce, but in terms of accessing that, the car lacked for drivability, did it not? And so they had to come a long way. There was a lot of development and advancement to do. Therefore, many people on the grid were expecting a car that looked a lot different, and many people are still expecting it. We haven't seen it yet. Christian Horner's telling us that what we're seeing, the differences are underneath the car, Venturi tunnels. What they had last year was a car that was brilliant in terms of its absolute terms downforce, but it lacked the drivability. A performance curve that was peaky, infinitely high, but infinitely thin also. Couldn't access it. Too understeery, too bumpy over the curbs, and that's what they needed to fix for. Horner's telling us, spinning us a yarn potentially, saying that they fixed for that in tinkering with the underneath of the car, Venturi tunnels, and the underneath of a brand new flexi wing, something that they didn't have the financial resources requisite to develop last year. That's got to matter. But we've seen a flexi wing, but then we've also seen another flexi wing, the nose cone on which isn't even connected to the foundational plane of the front wing. That's different. That means then they're still developing. This is modular. They're still tinkering. Who knows? They rock up in Australia and have a brand new side pod and different engine cover. These things are modular and they'll be tinkering for them though. I don't know. It's going to get techie. I don't think we've seen the full picture yet as far as any one of these teams. But, I mean, the headline is that Charles Leclerc fast, right? Charles Leclerc quick again. Although I would have loved to see Max Verstappen and Lando Norris hit it hard. We haven't done. Lando hit it hard in one sector and then backed off. Max Verstappen, half a sector. I haven't seen any glory laps, mainly just getting in a lap. And that would make sense, right? Because the winner of testing is the one who completes the most laps at the end of it. Always. Oldest truism in F1 history. That's what testing is for. To iron out the wrinkles. Understand about any correlation diffs. Why? Because causation does not. Correlation even does not imply causation. Ultimately, you want to humble yourself before the reality. They wouldn't be the first teams to rock up. Please see Mercedes mentioning no names. Rock up thinking that they've got a rocket ship, and then all of a sudden they've got correlation diffs all over the shop in CFD and wind tunnel. So this is ironing out for that, doing those bloody EUC tests or whatever that Lando Norris was doing to just make sure that what they're seeing in the CFD and the wind tunnel is what they're seeing in reality. And if they have got correlation diffs, then they need to fix for them in real time and quick time before we get to Australia. So those are in a nutshell. I don't think we've seen all of their hands. I don't think we've seen what Red Bull have got to offer. Not 100% of it, maybe 90% of it, but we've already seen new front wings that are crafted in a different image. I think the most important thing from this, though, is first-hand evidence of the rear instability. Previous to this, it looked like McLaren were just planted. 0 offs, or his names makes no difference. They didn't look like they were struggling. It looked like any offs were by dint of mistakes of the drivers. Now, however, we see instability at the rear. Warren Chandler saying we don't know. They just don't even look at these numbers, do they? These douchebags on the Why am I paying £90 for inflation adjusted? Just don't know anything. I'm out here with Multiviewer. Shout out to Multiviewer as well. If you like yourself some metrics, there are infinitely more than you can see on the right hand side of my screen that I can't show you. You got your speed, trap, like it's chaos Multiviewer. If you like yourself some Multiviewer, download it. Attached to it, F1 TV access, the cheapest package, and you're good to go. 292 if you're watching concurrently. Yeah, I think we've seen Max Verstappen's hand. He went 2/10 quicker than a quick hot lap bound Lando Norris in sector 1. A 30-second sector. That's got to mean something. Do you think Ferrari is the quickest so far? In contrast to the consensus, no. Pablo, I do not. We said the whole thing. Alonso's a Chad. I bet Alonso started the rumour. Scroopy bang. Like I'm just joined. How's everyone's on about the Ferrari pace? Scuderia race pace as well. So look, Mark used did a calculation yesterday. Today's a bit more difficult, right? Because there's not been light for yesterday. They all did like a proper race simulation, and over the course of a 51 lap race simulation, Mark Hughes crunched the numbers, and again, all F1 journos are created equal, but some are more equal than others. Mark Hughes is one of the go-toest ones on there, particularly when it gets to getting techie and normalising for fuel loads and trying to understand which one of these teams has the whip hand. Correcting yesterday, Red Bull discounted because they had issues and it was water pressure and all this other craziness. Ferrari, Mercedes and McLaren did a proper race simulation. Mark Hughes went away and crunched the numbers, and over the course of the 51 laps, he had McLaren coming out on top to the tune of 12 laps. That works out to the tune of, it's anywhere between 2 and 3/10 per lap is what safety car settings, is what McLaren have over Ferrari. So I don't know why everyone thinks Ferrari are fat. Well, because I think it's the allure of Sir Lewis out here selling dreams. Not Lewis Hamilton, but Ferrari. So I don't know. I just think 3 minutes 20 to 29 seconds on the docket, we have ourselves a red flag. I'm not buying what Ferrari are selling. I'm sorry. It's not. I don't see it. I listened to the race last night. Scott Mitchell, Malm and co were like, yeah, no, it's a good car, but I don't think it's the quickest. It's a zero-sum game. It might be quick, but no, very little focus on anti-dive, anti-squat. Stubborn team, poor operational infrastructure. Drop the ball each and every single time. You can't fix for that working culture overnight. I am skeptical. Therefore, I do not believe, chat. I'm not buying it. I think it's I'm not buying what Ferrari are selling. They look quick. Quick S though. I do not think so. I just don't think. I think it's Fugazi. Will be the son of Godzilla. Throw ice on it and we'll slow it down. Uman says, why does Aston Martin's floor look so much superior to others, but perform like an app? But define look superior much. It's techie. A lizard is codes for something else. I'm trying to concentrate on chasing a big lizard around by genuinely, Turtle, you've got a lizard. Oof. I'm not a big fan of reptiles. I've got a massive phobia of the S word. Was he carrying her around like weekend up? Benny says, Kimmy. 312 of you in the chat. You guys are legends. Housekeeping as we round third base. T minus 1 minute and 56 seconds. We'll be back 15 minutes before the afternoon session, which kicks off in T minus 60 minutes. So 45 minutes we'll be back going again. As always, if there's a car on track, we'll be talking about it because it is F1 and we owe it to the sport. If indeed it's the greatest sport in the world, it needs the GoTS community out here talking about it. I'm talking about in the chat, not me. You know what I mean? Noddy Cameron with his zero wheel knowledge. What's he on about? Doesn't know his arm from his elbow, that chap. What's he talking about with his sexy F1 takes? What's he on about? Right, I'm gonna run then. Actually, let's see it out. Track clear. Go on. Nobody's going quick though is the problem. But we'll see it out. We started and we shall finish. Endurance and stamina is a thing. Do I get myself some Red Bull? That's the question. T minus 53 seconds on the docket. 309 of you have stayed the course, and I'm grateful as we see Isaac Harjar warming up his tyres. What's he doing? Don't crash into the barrier, chap. 333 of you watching concurrently. Again, for the avoidance that Max, you're a legend. No, you guys are great. Doing my best out here. When I grow up one day, Max, I'll be a great streamer, hopefully. An entertaining, an equally knowledgeable, and a knowledgeable one in equal measure. You see that? See that, Max? I allowed the tiredness to get to me at the final juncture. Get Celsius, Cam. I'm gonna go and close my eyes. Jeannie says Monster in your mouth. I can't drink it. I don't like the taste. I'm gonna get myself a cheeky Red Bull and just have it on the side. Gonna get myself another ginger tea. We'll be back. You guys are legends. Thank you for accompanying me and indulging me in all my F1 ball feathers. You guys have been legends. We have ourselves a testing session, a morning testing session on the third day of 2025 Bahrain testing in the bag. I'll see you in 45 minutes between now and then. As always, remember to look but never stir.